Yeah. Bring it up just a little bit. Can it come up just a tad? Just a tad. Not.
Just so that.
Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, I don't know why it was glitching on me last night. It was just, you know, we was trying to run it through the platform like we did here, and then I couldn't figure that out.
So this is Facebook.
So I just wanted people to know if anybody wants to order anything. I could order and then just tell them that just because when I had an hour break, so it's only 4 hours, and you're welcome to come back.
We good? This? No, I'm good. Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing today? I'm doing absolutely amazing. Last night we had a revival in here, so it took us a little more time to reset everything. I didn't know everybody was gonna show up, you know. You know how people get drunk in the spirit, and they was all on the floor. I don't think we left here till like maybe 12 o'clock. It was about 12 o'clock last night we left, but it was awesome. It was awesome. I'm super excited because this is what I believe God is intending for all of us to do in this season. And whether you are of the Christian faith like me or not, it's still important for us to understand the divine purpose that we have on this planet. And so we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to open up with a word of prayer, give you a brief introduction of who I am, as if some of you might not know, especially if you watch me on social media. I'm always somewhere running my mouth. So that's one issue I don't have, that's running my mouth. But I'll open up with a word of prayer. We'll have a brief introduction, and then we're going to get into this Millionaire Mastermind. So Father, we just thank you today in the name of Jesus for an amazing opportunity to share with your people divine revelation and insight and concepts, principles, things that they could use to help take their lives and their families, their churches, their communities, and this world to the next level. I pray that you will open up the alabaster box of their hearts and show them that the potential and the possibilities that you have deposited inside of them, all they need is that impartation. All they need is that activation. All they need is that awareness for them to move into it. And so we thank you in advance for an amazing Millionaire Mastermind today. In Jesus' name, amen. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I want to value your time. Say what? I'm sorry? Yeah, AA. You just hold them for me when I take my break. A whole pack of AA batteries. Yeah, this is what happens. We came in and we set everything up last night. It took us about 2.5 hours for everybody to set everything up. And we were under the assumption we were supposed to be in the room downstairs. We was like, y'all better put us in a room with nobody will hear us, because we're going to tear this whole hotel up. And so something happened because of the storms, and we had to move into this room instead of the one we used downstairs, the hall room. And we was like, okay, well, I don't care if you put us out in front, we're going to have church. We're going to execute this. And so we had to come in here and set up last night, but we were under the assumption that we could lock the doors and leave thousands of dollars of equipment in here, only to realize that, nope, you have to take everything with you. So we just kind of packed everything up last night, and everything was just kind of missing this morning. But nevertheless, for those of you that don't know, my name is Ramonepreston. I'm the CEO of Ramonepreston Enterprises, which is a holding company and a business conglomerate made up of several businesses, ministries, made up of divisions, and a lot of different affiliates that are under the umbrella and the banner of Ramonepreston Enterprises. We specialize in helping people to start, structure, and scale their businesses, their ministries, their income streams, and their wealth building dreams. So whether you are an individual looking to create wealth for yourself, or just looking for creative ways to build a solid foundation for financial freedom, or maybe you're an independent contractor, someone in the middle, a network marketer, you could be a real estate agent, an insurance agent, or a freelancer, or perhaps you're a full-fledged business owner, you're an entrepreneur, you are self-employed, or maybe you're a ministry leader, or both. The strategies and the solutions and the concepts and principles that we provide are designed to really help you start those infrastructures, structure them right, and at some point scale them. And we provide these services through our consulting division. So we have an entire consulting division where we provide consulting services. We have consulting programs that are more project-based for our clients. We have a coaching program, particularly a one-year coaching program called the Millionaire Mastermind, which is a hybrid of our consulting and our training together. And then we have a training program. It's called the Millionaire Blueprint. And this entire program, whether it's consulting, coaching, and training, is really all of the things that God has given to my wife and I that has enabled us to become millionaires. My wife and I, we got married 19 years ago, 2003, in Key West, Florida. And I was already flirting with and entertaining the idea of being an entrepreneur. And I knew that in order for me to really excel the dreams and the desires that I had, of course, I just needed a partner. I needed somebody to help me and support me and believe in me. And 19 years ago, when my wife and I got married, we decided that we were going to go all in. And that's exactly what we did. We started out as a two-person real estate team. My wife was a real estate agent at the time, which she still is. I was a mixture of Mr. Fix-It, so, you know, I knew my way around the house, so I could do toilets, drywall, anything with a house I could do. I'm from South Florida, so we grew up in South Florida. You should be able to fix cars, landscape, and fix houses all at the same time. And so that's how we started 19 years ago. And soon after starting our real estate career, we realized that there was a special gift, a unique perspective that God had given to us with regard to really consulting clients, whether they were looking to purchase homes, whether they were looking to sell homes, or whether they were looking to be landlords. That led us to more commercial circles, to work with developers and associations, which brought us to areas like Buckhead, Midtown, and downtown. And so from that time up to about 4 to 5 years ago, 99% of the business that we did was primarily with real estate investors, developers, associations, people that were particularly in the commercial real estate space. But it was at that time that the Lord really began to deal with my wife and I to open up a platform and to really provide an opportunity that everyday people like yourselves, with respect I say that, to provide you with opportunities that a lot of the multimillionaires and billionaires and the REITs, the private equity groups, and a lot of the wealthy people in these circles, they had information, they had access to these resources and to these strategies, and it was something that our people, particularly in the faith community, like had no access to. And that's when we decided to launch what is now known as the #1 platform for ministry and marketplace training. It's called Ramonepreston University. It's our hub. It's what we use to help provide the training resources for our clients and our students. And soon after, we launched our entrepreneurial consulting and coaching programs, that which we just mentioned a few minutes ago, and it's brought us to where we are. And so everything that I share with you, not just today, but on any platform, whether you watch me on social media, whether you are a part of one of our training or consulting and coaching programs, everything that I share with you is what my wife and I have used as a blueprint to become millionaires. I believe it's going to be the blueprint that allows us to become billionaires, and we're going to make a whole lot of millionaires in that process. And so these principles, these concepts, many of which that we're going to cover today, are very strategic. They require time, they require effort, they require commitment, they require consistency. I'm standing before you now, but it's a combination of 19 years of trial and error, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I got receipts for everything that I say, spending hundreds of thousands of dollars for us to be coached, consulted, mentored, for us to figure out what infrastructures, what systems and processes work. And I truly believe that beyond the business aspect of what we do and what we provide for people like yourselves, there's a ministry component to it. I believe it's a part of building the kingdom of God. So my intention today is, of course, to show you some of the basic fundamentals of what that foundation needs to be for you to become a millionaire, for you to have principles and practices that you can leave here with to build a framework. And ultimately, my intention is to have an opportunity to do business with you. So I don't cut no corners. I don't tiptoe around. I want to do business with people. I want to build long-term relationships with people. And that means I want to make an exchange in what God has given me to you and whatever it is that you need that we can provide. So for those of you that have those expectations and are anticipating to find that trainer, that coach, that consultant, that team of people who have integrity, who have longevity, and who have the proof, I'm a big proponent of that. You got to show me some receipts. Don't fake the funk and flodge and the new word is cap. They call it capping. So don't cap with me. You got to show me some receipts. If you're telling me you this, because we got a lot of internet gurus today. We got a lot of people who are looking as if they have succeeded, but they don't have no proof. There's no sustainable success. And You just can't measure success by hypothetical talk. You know, what you finna do, what you believe God's bringing in you. You know how we name it and claim it. Well, I'm a millionaire in the spirit, though. That's good in the spirit, but we need something in the natural, and we need to see your scoreboard. So for those of you that have those intentions as well, I'm looking forward to having more conversations with you. In your workbook that we provided for you, there are a few pages in the back that you'll see, which you don't have to necessarily read through now, but it just shows you our 5 signature programs that we do have. Our Millionaire Blueprint, which is our online program, our Millionaire Mentorship. We have a Business Incubator program, which is our consulting program. We have a certification. We actually certify people to become business and financial coaches and consultants, particularly business and financial coaches and consultants. And we actually also have a licensing program. So we take all of the intellectual assets of our curriculum, of our digital products, and we provide monetary opportunities for those who become licensees. Because again, my goal is to have a long-term relationship with people and for all of us to get wealthy so that at some point we can find ourselves at Wall Street, whether we're ringing the bell or walking in the door, because we put together a conglomerate that's made an impact not only in our lives, but in the lives of those that we're called to serve. So with that being said, we're gonna go ahead and get started. For those of you that have your workbooks, which by the way, all of you that are watching, if you're watching on YouTube, which is one of our most popular platforms, unfortunately, we don't have a link in the description for the workbook. You would have needed to RSVP for the event. You would have had to go to Ramonepreston.com/event to RSVP. But for those of you that have logged into our portal, you should see that there's a digital PDF version of this workbook. So feel free to upload it, download it, whatever it allows you to do. And so if you look at our first page, it gives you just an outline of what we're going to be covering today. And we're going to begin with resetting and goal setting, and then we're going to take a short break. We'll have some Q&A, and even in the midst of me going through each segment, if you have a question, just feel free to raise your hand. I would love to answer any questions. They don't necessarily have to be related because I cover all spectrums: ministry, marketplace, real estate, investing, financial literacy, business building. So we do it all. So there's no question that I'm uncomfortable answering. Even if I don't know it, I'm gonna just say I don't know it. But for the most part, you're free to raise your hand and answer that question. So we'll take a break, and then our next segment is going to be on the SMS matrix. This is a concept that I have created that we use for all of our clients and students that we work with. We'll have another Q&A break. I know that they do have an area out in the front lobby. It's a small restaurant. I'm not sure all the things that they do have, but they did mention to us that if you needed to order something, that they'll expedite it for you in the event that you just wanted to bring something in and have some type of refreshments while you're here. And then we're gonna end with our Millionaire Deep Dive. And that's gonna just be my creative way of showing you through some of the concepts and principles that we teach, what exactly you would need to do. Whether you work with someone like myself and my team or not, you're going to have to go through these processes. There's no other way. Trust me, y'all know, all y'all grown enough to know, just making 6 figures a year is hard. Becoming a millionaire is extremely hard. Just having a net worth of $1 million, whether it's cash, assets, or both, it's not easy. It's a process, and it's a practice, and it's going to require a lot of things that we're going to cover today, okay? So we're going to begin with our resetting and goal setting. So if you turn to the resetting and goal setting page, hopefully you got a pen, because this is really interactive. It's really interactive, okay? So I want some interaction, and you know, I'm going to be giving you some of my smaller, shorter versions of definitions, but we're going to start with reset. We're going to start with reset. And trust me, as boring as this discussion may be, because everybody wants to get into the mechanics and the techniques of, man, show me how to get that bag, dog. Well, we're gonna show you how to get that bag, but we gotta get some other things right. Because if you get the mechanics and the techniques and you try to implement them and you don't have an internal, intangible infrastructure built, it ain't gonna work, because life is gonna happen. Just in case you missed the memo, we live on a broken planet. This entire planet is broken, and it's full of broken people. And even those of us who are saved, and we full of the Holy Ghost, and we love the Lord, and we pay our tithes, and we go to church, and we speak in tongues, and we fast and pray, you still got broken pieces in your life. So this is the way the world is. And whether you have all the right techniques and mechanics or not, you're going to experience resistance. You're going to experience challenges, and there are going to be a lot of things that are going to stop you, or at least slow you down from ever reaching what that ultimate goal is. And this is why beginning your millionaire journey with a reset is critical. So by definition, what is a reset? I'm going to give you a few words to write down. A reset is a start over. By the way, you can Google the word reset. It'll give you some other definitions. So to reset means to start over. Another word for reset that's synonymous with it is renew. To reset is to renew. This is a little bigger word, reinvigorate, reset. The root word for reset is re, right? Re means again, so it means to set something up again, to set something up again. See, everything that we're going to be talking about today, the reason why you're going to have those aha moments is because a lot of this has already been deposited in you divinely. You just didn't have a heightened awareness of it. And once you get a heightened awareness of it, you realize that, oh, that's what God was dealing with me about, or that's what I wanted to pursue. It could have been a dream. It could have been something that you had as a child. I can go back all the way to when I was a kid, and y'all remember that song, I Want to Be Rich? I want money. Y'all remember that song? And I remember when that song first came out, I used to sing that song and dream, you know, playing outside in the bushes and just dream, man, I wish I was rich. I'm gonna buy me a whole bunch of go-karts. I'm gonna get a farm, and I'm gonna go fishing every day. Oh man, you know, you're dreaming. But what happens is things start taking place in your life, and you either give up on that dream or you're forced to renege on that dream. For me, it was drug addiction. My parents were addicted to crack. My grandmother was raising me, and she was doing her best, a German Jewish woman, trying to raise some biracial kids in the hood in the late 70s, early 80s. She did the best she could. But I remember around 12 or 13 years old when I realized, for some reason, I was never gonna experience what I saw Richie Rich experiencing and what they were talking about in those songs. And I know that it really led me, or at least facilitated me becoming a drug addict, a drug dealer, a criminal, going in and out of jail, and living my life as a vagabond up to 21 years old. And so a reset, no matter how old you are, no matter how polished in certain areas you are, is necessary if in fact you know a part of your divine portion in life is to become a millionaire. All right, so what are some of the words you wrote down? A reset is what? Set something up again. So that's what we want to do. We want to set something up again. So we're going to get rid of all the lame excuses. I don't need a lot of money. I just want to be comfortable. Comfortable don't work. How has that been working for you? Well, you know, whatever God's will is. Who said God even put you in a box for you to contextualize it like that? Well, money ain't everything. Well, who said money was? You see, we have all these lies that have been perpetuated to us to convince us to make sense of not enough, to make sense of just enough. What if everything you've heard or you believe or what has been embedded in you about becoming a millionaire and being financially free, what if it all was wrong? Especially if most of it came from broke family members. Isn't it crazy how the people who give you the most money advice ain't got none? Like they don't even have it. So nobody around me had anything. So all the advice they gave me was actually wrong because they didn't have anything. I mean, grandma meant well. I ain't gonna charge it to her heart. I know she meant well, but she was not free financially. So this reset is very, very important. This is what we want to do. We want to start over again. We want to set you up to have the clarity and the freedom to give yourself permission to be rich. So somebody say that to yourself. Say, I give myself permission. Don't lock up on me now. To be rich. Look at y'all. Ooh. I can hear somebody saying, if that's the will of the Lord, though.
I got a question, sir.
Yes, sir.
You say you've been doing this for 19 years. At what time in your life did you know that this was going to work for you?
What?
I didn't. Like, there was never a time I knew that it was going to work. I still wake up every day and I'm like, phew, I hope this works. I'm just being 100 with you. Like, there are no guarantees. You know, you could, because what happens, like, I've had so many things that have happened in the last 19 years. I talked about it last night. I'm not fearless. I'm not a fearless person. I wake up with this fear because I have so many people. I got staff, I got payroll, I got grandkids, I got nieces and nephews, I have a lot of people who depend on me and my wife. We make sure a lot of households are taken care of. So I'm never comfortable. I'm always like on the edge, uptight. If you'd have saw me like 30 minutes ago, I'm walking around here mean mugging everybody. Y'all need to get, because I'm like, man, I'm always like that. So there's never been a time that I felt like that. For me, it's not being fearless, it's having courage. Courage is in the midst of fear, not in the absence of fear. So I'm not fearless. So there's never a time that I felt like I know it's gonna work. Now, again, when you start putting like infrastructures together, like for example, once I figured out commercial real estate, and once I figured out how it works within the tax code, just like something tactical, just to help you get a little clarity so I won't sound so deep. Once I figured out the commercial space of real estate and the tactics of how creative tax strategies and reallocation of pre-tax dollars can be moved throughout a holding company infrastructure, I realized just from a technical perspective that, oh wow, man, you can accelerate and get rich. So there was like some sense of knowing that, man, yeah, that's gonna work. But just fundamentally speaking, there was never a time. Especially when you're always pursuing your potential. So I don't have like this moment where I feel like, okay, because that's what you're all gonna experience the same thing if you have excelled in certain areas. I remember when I couldn't make $1,000, right? I remember when I couldn't make $10,000, but I remember when I made 1,000. I remember when I made 10. I remember when I made 100. I remember when we made 500. So it's like every time you get to that next point, you realize, oh, it's not what I thought it was before I got there. You don't feel any different. You feel more of a burden. And the more money you get, the more you're gonna realize you ain't got no money.
That's true.
The moment you become, I promise you, come back to me when it happens and prove it different. The moment you become categorically a millionaire, you're gonna realize you ain't got enough money. You're gonna realize that. And that's why I tell all of my students and clients, it's really not until you start making about $300,000-$400,000 a year that you see any difference. You don't even see a difference at $100,000. Especially if you're getting paid and they're taking taxes out. You ain't even made $100,000. You might net 45. So no, there's never a time. I hope I answered that for you. So what is the purpose of a reset? To align you spiritually, mentally, environmentally, emotionally, professionally to your God-given purpose. This is what a reset is, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just gonna go ahead and move through this. A reset is to align you. So this is what has to happen. Even while you pursue becoming a millionaire, at the very least, or if this is the beginning of that journey, you have to align yourself spiritually, mentally, environmentally, emotionally, and professionally to your God-given success, to your God-given success. Now, there are a lot of scriptures I can give you. Deuteronomy 8:18 has a biblical implication. It is God that gives you the power to get wealth. He's not going to give you wealth, but he's giving you the power. Well, what is that power? I believe that power has a lot to do with intelligence. What's that? Knowledge. Thank you, man. Come on, bro. Come on through it. Exactly. So you got to get the power ain't gonna be no glory cloud that just drop on you and all of a sudden, ta-da, you a millionaire. You go from broke to balling in like 2 minutes. It don't work like that. That power to get wealth is actually God giving you the capabilities, the knowledge, the capacity to handle what you bring in and package it in a way that you can use it as a vehicle to get you where you're going. And that's your God-given success. You have to accept that. And that's something you got to reconcile with yourself and God. I truly believe God wants me to be filthy rich. And the reason why is because I've got so many people who need me to create that. There are a lot of churches that need us. There are a lot of communities that need us. There are a lot of families there's a broken planet that need us because some of the I come from the streets. And let me tell you something, there are no people on this planet like church people. I love church, I love godly people because they're some of the most generous. I don't know what kind of people y'all been around, but church people, I'm talking about real godly people, they're some of the most genuine, some of the most generous because they hear from God, they obey God. Those kind of people I like to be around that just move on prophetic insight and instinct. I love being around. I've been around stingy people. I've been around crabs in a bucket. I've been around losers, and they're no way close to how we are. And so you have to accept that it's your portion, and you have to align your success. So let's just assume you believe at the very least God's success plan for you is to become a millionaire. Let's just say hypothetically you believe that. Okay, well then you have to align. You have to align yourself or your success with certain areas. Does that make sense? So you have to align your success with certain areas because now God wants me to be successful. And here's what I want you to write down, maybe by align your success. Just a statement I want you to always live with, okay? Success is my obligation. Yeah, I want you to write that down. Success is my obligation. Success is my obligation. So all of you that are parents, you're obligated to your children, ain't you? If you marry, you're obligated to your spouse. How many of y'all feel an obligation to brush your teeth?
Yeah.
Everybody likes shoes.
Yeah.
You obligated to take a bath or a shower, whatever's appropriate. You obligated to, before you come outside to put on something, right? Put on some clothes. These are things you're obligated to as a Christian, as a believer. You obligated to say something to God at least from time to time, right? Lord, thank you. You obligated to speak to your kids, to build a relationship with your grandkids. These are obligations you have. Well, you have to see success the same way. Success can't be an option for you. Success can't be something that you think could happen or should happen. No, it's gotta happen. Success is my portion, so it has to become your obligation. Now, whatever success requires has to become your obligation. Because that changes how you wake up every day. It changes how you spend your time. It changes what you do with your money. It changes everything. And you have to align your success, number one, spiritually. So right there under spiritually, you have to see this as your God-given duty and obligation spiritually. So as church people, you've got, or Christians, and I want to say this to people of faith because you have to associate success with your godliness. Like the Mormon church has mastered that. Like there's no Mormon, real Mormon, who has been Mormonized, like for real, that you'll talk to, that will separate success, economic success, marketplace success from their spirituality. They have been programmed to believe. Jews, as a matter of fact, they are so programmed, being a Jew is religious. Like it ain't you black and you saved, you know, or you're American. Are you saved or no? It's you're a Jew. Oh, you're righteous. Just being that. It's been embedded in them that there's no separation. So you gotta reconcile that and align that. No, success is my spiritual obligation. It is an anointing that God has given to me for success. It's a spiritual obligation. Am I making sense to y'all? I'm telling you, if you don't understand it and get it that deep in you, you're gonna get thrown off. You know what happens, like in 2 months, something throw you off and then it sets you back for 8 months. Well, I'm gonna wait the tax time to try it again. Or, well, when the kids go to college. It's because there's something spiritually that's not deep enough in you to give you the capacity to push through that. So in these last 19 years, I buried both of my parents, preached their eulogies. I've had to leave 2 kids. I've given up a whole lot. My wife and I, we've experienced so much in 19 years, but that none of that stopped. Well, we got to go because we wouldn't be here today if we did not just keep going because we felt an obligation mentally. How do you align your success mentally? Well, you have to adopt a new mindset. Most of the information you know about money is probably not enough, or it's not right. So my wife and I, we were like that. So if I had one of my graphs, I would show you my income ladder of success. There are 130 million households in the United States of America. 70% of those households are considered middle class. 29% are considered poor class. 32,000 or less is poor. 32,000 and up to maybe 3 something is middle. And then you have the 1%, $400,000 or more. So only 1% of 130 million households in America make at least 400,000. 70%, 7 out of 10 households are in the middle. Most of them around 60, 70, 80, maybe 100, 150. And most people get stuck there because all the schools, all the institutions, all the financial experts, all the information we get is for the middle class to stay stuck in the middle class because we make America what it is. And so if that is what your financial or economic or success foundation has been built on, you have to align yourself with the wealthy way. So you can't look at wealthy people the way other people look at wealthy people. Me personally, I've never been around a millionaire that was stingy. I've never. My mentor is a billionaire, one of the most generous people I know. And every time I'm around him, and it's hundreds of millionaires in these rooms, they are giving. Somebody say they need something, 20 people to stand up. How much, 20? I mean, just like that. He can get up there with a shirt and be like, I just want to auction this off for a foundation. We starting at 25 grand. Somebody jump up 50, 100. And you see this and you're like, wow, we come from a place where rich people were selfish, they were arrogant. It's just not the truth. These are the things that mentally keep you stuck. So you have to elevate your mindset and align with success. Environmentally. I mentioned this last night. Some of you just around the wrong people. If you're not around millionaires, and I'm not talking about like social media millionaires. You know what I mean? Oh, so-and-so my good friend. They don't even know you. Even with the DMs. You can inbox them all day. They don't know you. But here's the problem. In order for you to get around millionaires, you got to make sacrifices. And you probably have to pay more than what you're comfortable paying. And here's another spiritual issue. As church people, we like, well, I got favor all my life. Well, favor, that don't mean favor gonna get you in every room. Because you ain't gonna manipulate God's favor. There's some things that there are certain principles that govern what you want to do. And maybe you got to be willing to pay to play. And we don't want to do that as Christians. So I got a lot of people that I know are faith-filled people. They'll never pay to come to a class. They'll never pay to be in a program. They'll never pay to go to an event. I'm thinking, wow, how goofy is that? I mean, money is just a tool. But again, environmentally, they would rather stay stuck in their box. I used to see it with churches when we planted our church. We used to always pay top dollar, like we still do. We never put our church down a dirt road in the back of a garage, shabby and shady. No, we've always paid way more than we were supposed to pay for our church members and our children and our women to be comfortable and to feel secure when they come to worship God, right? But I knew a lot of pastors that wouldn't do that because they being cheap and cheesy. Well, we ain't got it, we can't meet the budget. You got the wrong mentality. You got to get out of that. And so environmentally, you have to align yourself with success. And guess what? People who got money and who are successful ain't gonna just give you access to them. You have to pay for proximity, and you have to accept that. Now, it may not be that way in ministry, but it's that way in business. And you have to understand both and be able to distinguish the two, because a pastor can counsel you, a church leader can mentor you and give you all types of advice and wisdom, but it doesn't necessarily apply when it comes to your financial and economic success. So environmentally, some of you just need to move. Me and Althea was talking about that last night. One of our diamond millionaire mentees, that you're just in the wrong market. You're just in the wrong market. You may be in a market where there are too many barriers to entry and the market is not big enough for what you want to see happen. You got to move. You got to be willing to just move on and go. And you have to accept that. And guess what? Even if you don't have the money to move now, then find creative ways to move closer to the people you want to get to. Don't you know you can read a book and relocate while you're reading that book? Have you ever done that? Have you ever read a book and you just forgot you was like where you was? And you had to close the book and get up and walk and take a breather. You're like, ooh, I took that journey with them. Well, the more you do it, the more you get out of your current environment. Emotionally, you have to get emotionally charged. You got to have some energy and excitement. This is how you reset. Emotional. So I need energy. I need excitement. I need to be emotionally invested in my success. I shouldn't be depressed when I think about money. If I'm depressed when I think about money, I'm just thinking about what I don't have, as opposed to the potential of what I can have if I just keep moving. Emotional alignment or resetting is also about you showing up when you show up. Showing up when you show up. What that means is, like, we shouldn't be seeing you sweat. You should always show up. You know, put forth your best foot, put forth the best effort. That's how you emotionally show up or in align and reset. Professionally, reset. A professional reset, here's the key word I want to give you on that so we can move on. Professional reset is about vehicles. Write that word down, vehicles. What vehicle you supposed to be in? Miss Monica, she's a prime example, our executive administrator. I remember when she was working, she was making real good money working for a doctor, but it took her out of alignment. Now, we didn't even know at the time God was setting her up to work for us, right? But she was already serving in the church, faithful. But it was a series of tests that God had for her, but it was things strategically she had to do. So she had got all this education, she was working for this doctor, you remember that?
Yes.
And when she told us the situation, we was like, you're gonna have to give up a couple dollars and move and go to another job. You might be getting a little less. You're just in the wrong vehicle right now. So short term, you got a couple extra dollars, but if you get tight on that money and start managing those finances and really honing in on being disciplined, those couple dollars that you're giving up on the top, they're not gonna impact you. But at least over here, you're being alignment. And then she got to that next job. It was less money, but it was more freedom. It helped her build her capacity to do what she's doing today. So some of you might be in the wrong vehicle. You might be in the wrong vehicle. And that's for employees and entrepreneurs. So if you're a W-2 employee, it may be a wrong vehicle. So that, and it may be within your job. Like you might be working in a job. You might just be in the wrong department. Maybe you need to be in the sales department, not the logistics department. Maybe you just need to go learn how to sell so you can have more capacity to make money. But you have to reset to make sure that, okay, with regard to me becoming a millionaire, is where I am now the perfect fit to get me to step B. In your business, some of you that are business owners, I'm just gonna keep it 100 with you. I consult a lot of people and a lot of entrepreneurs in the wrong business. It's just the wrong business. Because the business that you're in may not be scalable. See, I don't care about changing businesses. I'm not committed and romanticizing with a operational business. I'm committed to my success. So it's like we all want to go to Dubai. And then we got Range Rovers and G-Wagons and we got Rolls Royce outside. But then you got one charter car that's gonna take you around here to the private airport. Now everybody gonna be fascinated, right? Oh, I wanna get that Rolls Royce. But none of them are going to the airport, which means it's the wrong vehicle to get you to Dubai. So as nice as it may be, it's the wrong vehicle. Now it might get you some looks going up Peachtree, but it ain't gonna get you to Dubai. So that's how you have to look at your business. It could be your products and services as entrepreneurs. Are my products and services professionally aligned with my success? Or am I just scrapping? And we'll get into some of those deep dives later, because a lot of entrepreneurs, what they do is they get into the service business or in the product sales business, and they get stuck. They become employees, and their new boss is their operating business, right? So you leave one boss. That's the thing today. We're gonna fire our boss. So you fire your boss, and now you go get hired by another boss, your business, and your boss is worse than your last boss, because this boss don't pay you unless you produce. And so it could be the wrong vehicle. Does that make sense? So these are the areas that you have to align your success. Do we have any questions on that so far? Or any comments, any feedback anybody want to give? Maybe something stood out to you or resonated with you that you want to share with the group? Anybody? Was that pretty good? Yeah. Okay, good. All right. So we all know what we need to do with the reset, right? Do y'all see how this plays a role in you building a foundation to become a millionaire? Because if this is stable, you're not going to be shaken. Because spiritually, I know it's my assignment. I always tell ministers that I consult and coach, I always tell ministers, I want you to look at building your business and becoming a millionaire like you would if you stood at an altar preaching a message and you did an altar call, right? I share this with my team all the time. Like if you at an altar and you preached a sermon and you opened the doors of the church and you did an altar call and you said, anybody need to be saved, anybody need prayer, I want you to come up to the altar. Are you gonna just let them come up to the altar and then get a benediction? May the Lord watch. No, you're gonna work through this. There's some people that you might need to labor with longer. They might have some trauma, some pain. Some people need to be delivered. It is different situations for everybody, but your obligation is to work everybody through their process to help them, because that's what your role is. Well, that's what success should be for you. I gotta fight through these things. And every time that I give up or check out in one of these areas, there's another human being that's gonna miss the gift that God has given you. You gotta be sold on that. You gotta be sold on you, okay? All right, so let's look at goal setting. And then we'll take a few minute break after this. What time is it?
12:53.
Huh?
12:53.
Okay, good. Okay, so goal setting. What is a goal? I'll give you a simple definition. A dream with a plan. A goal is a dream with a plan. Now remember, the reset is the prerequisite for the goal setting. Got it? So goal setting is Getting your dreams and putting plans with them. A goal is a dream with a plan. Now, here's some things that I want you to do. You got a couple lines. I want you to write down some things you dream about having, dream about doing. And I want you to fantasize for a moment. And don't try to make sense of none of it. What do you want? Like, one of my dreams is I want a Gulfstream. It's a jet. Okay? What are some of your dreams? One of my dreams, I want my whole family to be working for our enterprise. So what are some of your dreams? You want to travel the world, you want to eat out every day, or you want to hire a private chef. Like, I want you to think about your dreams, not the little small things that you think you want to accomplish before the year's out based on your budget. I want you to dream. What are the things that you want to do? You want to build a hospital, you want to start a school, you want to be a billionaire. I want you to just think about some of those big dreams. And you don't have to put a whole statement or sentence, just write down billionaire, write down jet, write down Bugatti. But I want you to play it. Don't be all structured where it's like all this fluffy stuff. Oh, I just want to save the world. You know, that's cool too, but play. This is a playground for you. Dreaming is playing. You're in a playground. Man, what do I want to do? I want to be able to just go where I want to go anytime I want to. I don't want to work for nobody. I just want to wake up every day and just loaf. Write some of those dreams down. Okay? So a goal is a dream with a plan. You should figure this part out even before you start building your business. Because if you figure this out before you start building your business, or you reset yourself while you're currently building your business, you're going to realize that a lot of your targets right now are too low. That's why I always focus on becoming a millionaire, because you're going to realize the more information you learn and the more educated you become on business and finance, that having $1 million goal should be your bare minimum. Anything below that, it's like your worst case scenario is 400,000, but that's really low. You don't have to make sense of, oh my God, that's $35,000 a month, or that's $83,000 a month. We're not going to make sense of that right now. We just need to have a goal that matches our dreams, okay? So a lot of you wrote down some dreams. How big are those dreams to y'all? Are they huge? Somebody give me an example. What's one of your dreams? Own your own island. Come on, girl.
Come on now. All right.
How are you? Man, how many of y'all hear young people say that and be like, man, I wish I was thinking like that. Wow. She want to own her own island. Anybody else? What's some of your dreams? Big dreams. Own your own music label. That's
Okay.
good.
Wow, all right.
Anybody else?
I want to plant, I call them hubbard houses, but like homes for people in need, like families, who may be displaced, whether it's women, getting out of abused families, or kids displaced from their parents' homes.
That's good.
Awesome.
Dreams.
Yeah.
See how big these dreams are?
Yes.
None of these dreams probably match our financial situation right now, or our budget, or what we have the capability of doing, but you're dreaming. And so what you have to do is you have to take those dreams and learn how to create them, give them a place to exist, so that you're able to at least regularly, preferably daily, but regularly go and sit in that dream. Because that's where a lot of your fuel and where a lot of your energy and excitement is going to come from, the ingenuity, the ideas. Because when you go there to the dream and then you reverse engineer it and come back to today, you have a better way of moving towards it every day, even if it's 5, 10, 15, or 20 years out. But at least you created that world for your dreams to exist, that you're able to go in and out as you need to. The purpose of a goal is to qualify your God-given dreams by converting them into clearly defined plans. Does that make sense? The purpose of a goal, your dreams, is to qualify your God-given dreams. We want to qualify them by converting them into clearly defined plans with information and mathematics. So in order for a dream or goal to be qualified and legitimized, it requires those two things. It requires information, and then it requires mathematics. So you should always remember that any goals that you set for yourself, personally, professionally, financially, any goals that you set, those goals are not goals unless or until you're able to qualify them with information. That means you have clear statements that articulate what you want to accomplish. But then mathematics means you gotta have numbers or dollars associated to it. See what I mean? So like, for example, island, okay? So she would qualify that with information. I own my own island. Present tense, not I want to or I wish to. I own my own island. That, she just qualified that with information, right? But now she's got to quantify that with math. So now what she has to do is find islands. And she has to see what the dollar amount of those islands are. And she's got to create a quantifiable metric that's measurable from where she is now to where that island is, to see what steps and what vehicles that she has to go through and get into in order to put herself in a position to own that island. Otherwise, for the next 10 years, I want my own island, because that's what we do. Yeah, I got goals, I want this, but you gotta know the math behind it, because the math is gonna have a lot to do with the effort you gotta put in. You get what I mean? Like, for example, you wanna be a millionaire, okay, you qualify that and then you quantify that. What you're gonna realize is it's probably gonna cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars to become a millionaire. It's no different if you say, I wanna make 6 figures. Well, how much money is it gonna cost you to make? Beyond your college education, it's gonna cost you a lot of money just to get there, but you've gotta be able to do the math on that. So here's where you write down your business goals. I would suggest at least you should have long-term goals, you should have mid-term goals, but just for the day, for some of the exercises, let's just hypothetically say you're gonna set some goals for the next year, for the next 12 months. Okay, let's just kind of focus in on that. So 12 months from now, if you're a business owner, if you're not a business owner, it may just be in your finances. 12 months from now, what do you want life to look like when you wake up? If you woke up 12 months from now, what does life look like for you? What are you actually doing? Are you running a business? Are you investing in real estate? Are you traveling? Do you have a staff? Do you have a team? I want you to start kind of playing with both of those right now. If it's your business and or your finances, just for the next 12 months. And all this is just some of the statements. Just think about just a few of those things, just to start getting your mind on that wavelength. Like, what exactly do I want to be doing 1 year from now? If I could be doing what I want, what am I doing? Where am I living? That may be a part of your business goal or your financial goal. You know, I'm living in a condo. I'm in Buckhead. I'm running my business. I got my own office. I got a staff. I got 2 properties. I got my apparel line, whatever it is. I just want you to start writing some of those things down. Your business goals and your financial goals. All right? So you have a little more time during the break to finish it up. So on the bottom of this page, I want you to start the process of qualifying your goals with information, which you did. because you may have a lot. My personal recommendation for you to try to keep your goals definitely should be like under 10, because you just have to start condensing it. Like I have ultimate goals. I got them all in my notes. I have ultimate goals for life that take me out about 15, 20 years, and I probably have about 8 or 9. And again, when I read through my goals, I know one may reflect 2 or 3 other ones, but I want to just shrink it, because you want things that you can set in stone, that you can adjust and modify as you go, but you want goals that you're able to write down, that you should ideally be able to read every day. So when I go to my phone and I go to my goals and I click it, and I could just, whether I read every sentence or statement thoroughly, or whether I just look at 1 billionaire, $10 billion assets, crowdfunding, this, that, 10,000 of these, 8,000 of that, 15,000, 10 million of that. I go through them ultimate goals. So I have ultimate goals, then I have personal goals for the year. I always have at least 8 or 9 personal goals for the year. How many books I want to read, working out every day, you know, something I might want to do with my health, something me and my wife working on, something for my kids. I want to have those goals. And then I have goals for the year for my organization, both ministry and marketplace, and then I have about 8 or 9. Because if you try to do like 28, you're not going to go through them, and you're not going to be able to create consistency, because you got to build a schedule around this. So, but it starts with at least you having some ultimate goals for your life, some personal goals for the year, and then organizational goals. And a lot of this information, I could have put all these templates and forms in this packet. It would just been too big. So a lot of these forms are on our platform, but it would just been too much. Okay, so let's do the math. Let's go to the next page before we take a quick Q&A break. So here's how we do the math. Because all of this is going to play a role in how you initially structure or how you restructure your business. Because a lot of the things that you're doing now, especially all of you that are entrepreneurs and business owners, how you sell, how you market, the money you're making, the activity you're getting, the conversions, all of this, you might not think it is, but all of that, or the lack thereof, is associated to how you reset your foundation and set proper goals. Because if you don't have proper goals that are qualified and quantified, you don't know how many people you need to talk to every day. You don't know how many phone calls you need to make. You don't know how many posts on social media you're supposed to put up. You don't know what the message needs to be. So there's so much inconsistency and confusion and clutter, nothing is resonating, because it all starts with, I gotta be sold on this reset foundation. Then I gotta set goals, but my goals have to be based on dreams. And then I gotta reverse engineer it back to where I'm at and make sure I can see what I do with my dreams through goals in my business and in my finances. Because then that starts shaping how you spend money, who you hang around, what you do with your time, where you go, the things that you entertain. So let's do the math. Now this is gonna be a financial math, okay? And I want this to be for the next year, okay? So I want you to answer these 2 questions. How much do you want to make this year? Want. How much do you want to make in the next year? The last page you wrote down all the things that you want to do, right? But how much do you want to make this year? So, say what now?
You're referring to this year.
From July 2022 to July 2023, for the next 12 months. We're not going, that's another thing we want to get our minds off of, January 1 to December 31. It don't exist. Not in business.
Yeah.
It just doesn't exist. Me and my wife, we work every day. Every 7 days a week. We live, you know, people always ask us that question, like, man, how y'all do all that? We live. We don't, y'all, what's y'all balance? I don't even know what that word means. But we happy, because we go on vacation when we need to. I just took away for 3-4 days to the water. Just like, pack your bags. Where we going? Don't worry about it. Just, you know what I mean? Because we just live. We just live. But we'll go to church. She gonna preach and prophesy tomorrow. and we'll leave there tomorrow and go short $1 million property. Hey, whatever, it don't matter. If one of y'all call and you clients, we'll be on the phone with you. One of my girls will be calling me. Oh, we got a three-way. They having an issue. It's life. We're not stuck on January 1, December 30. The world is stuck on that. And that's why they never get any momentum. Because right now, people are already checking out. There are some people I have literally talked to that say, yeah, I'm gonna just wait to 2023. That's my year. Child, you've been saying that for 30 years. So how much money do you want to make in the next 12 months? And then you write down how much money you need to make. So for example, you may want to make 100 grand. Okay? We'll put down 100 grand. That's what I want to make. But how much do you need to make? Now we got to think about what your bills are. You may need to make $36,000 just to break even to pay all your bills. But you need to know those two different numbers, because this helps you to build your practice through your business or through your job. That's why I said your job, if you work on a job that pays you 40 grand, but you want to make 100 grand, but you need 50 to live, you're already short 10, then that means you have to either find another vehicle or start building an infrastructure to leverage that current job while you build something else to give you that bandwidth to figure out where you could get those other 60 from. If you're a business owner, you may have household bills, right? You own your business, you're an entrepreneur, you're a solopreneur, you're a pastor or minister. You want to make 100 grand a year, but you only make 28 or 35, okay? But you need, how much do you need? You need 25 or 35, but at least you need to know that number, okay? So how much do you want to make a year? Everybody put that number down. And some of you might have to do a little homework to figure out what your total bills are. But this is something you want to leave here and always do, especially if you're an entrepreneur. You need to know. So all of you that are CEOs, my wife will tell you, she's the COO of our organization, right? I'm the CEO. Every day she gives me those numbers. Like I'm a prophet, so I'm like obsessed with it. Like every day I gotta know how liquid we are, how much we got going out, how much we got coming in, because for me, it gives me I know where we at and I know what we need to do. I always need to stay on top of those numbers. So she gonna give me one number. She gonna say, here's the total month, like here's the total number for our personal bills, here's the total number for our company bills, here's what we got sitting here, here's what it looks like getting ready to come in. I'm like, okay, we good. All that other stuff, I have no idea how she does it. You know, like paying the bills and all that. But I know them numbers though. And so all of you as CEOs, you need to know how much you want to make this year, and you need to know how much you need to make. So that may be your business. So this is a business assessment. Like, you know, consultants will take you through business assessments or maybe SWOT analysis. And these assessments are really gonna help you like narrow down, like what is the total dollar amount you need to live. Like there's some people who just don't even know, wow, all I need is $5,500 every month. And I could have a couple dollars put up and all my bills could be paid. Well, at least knowing that number helps me to see, wow, if I can figure out how to make at least $5,500 in my business, I can quit my job and be consistent with it every month and keep repeating it. But you gotta know what that number is, okay? So let's look at what you need to do in this exercise, and we're gonna stop and take a few minutes and give you some time. So if you have to get up, you can, or if you have any questions, I'll just kind of browse around. But I really want you to just kind of, you know, you came here to a mastermind. I'm supposed to be working your brain and your heart and helping you kind of leave here with some clarity. So let's look at this simple equation. You take the amount you want and the amount you need, and you divide the time remaining in the year. In this case, it's going to be 12 months. So for example, if you want to make 100,000, that means you want to make what? 83.33 a month. That means you want to make 19.20 a week. That means you want to make $273 a day. And again, I want you as entrepreneurs to think every day, because the secular world and the workforce has programmed us to think in terms of what they have structured. Like, for example, when you work a job, you work 5 days a week, and you get 2 days off typically, right? 40 hours, and then you get paid every week or bi-weekly, right? Well, what happens is, because you're not an entrepreneur by default, so a lot of you that have come out of the workforce to become entrepreneurs, you don't think about how much money you're making or spending every day. Because all you do is paying that light bill on the 18th for $200, but have you broken that down per day? You don't just pay $200 a month. You divide that by 30. Or you're not just spending $1,500 a month. How much are you spending every? See, I want to wake up every day and know. Because now, if you knew that math and you got 2 days off, you ain't feeling the same. Because now you're waking up saying, oh, this costing me $280 just to get up on your day off. Because you haven't done the math that way, so you're not thinking. So for those of you that are in the business arena, you've got to be able to break and quantify everything to a day, because the goal is for you to scale. This is where starting, structuring, and scaling is important. The goal is for you to scale. So you're not going to be able to scale, meaning that if you start out doing something in your business that you really don't want to do, but you have to do it to build an infrastructure, you won't be able to exit that role and scale yourself out of that role unless you know the math for that. And you won't be able to continue to exit maybe your business and become an investor or just live your life. You can't exit if you don't scale. So we want to do the math on how much you want to make and then how much you need to make, okay? So you take a few minutes to do that. You might have to add up all your household bills, but you should get you a close number. So if your household bills are $5,000 a month, that's $60,000 a year. You want to break that down to month, week, day. If you want to make 100,000 or $1 million, break it down the same. And under it, we have what is the median or average price of your products and services. So what that means for those of you that are already entrepreneurs, and we'll talk about that in the next segment, what you want to do once you get that number. So if we use 100,000 as an example, right? Okay, let's say if we all want to make 100 grand, and we broke it down. That's 273, 1920. Now we got to look at the median. We have to look at the median price of our products. So look at the bullets. You take the overall revenue you want and or need your business to make. You divide it by the median or average price of your products and services. Example for a 6-figure year of 100,000 with 25, 250, 500, 25, $5,000 products and services. In this example, the median price would be 2,500. So let's say you have multiple products. You do not make that division in that equation with your highest product or with your lowest product. You have to make it with your median product. So like, for example, if your highest product is $5,000, don't be like, oh, all I gotta do is sell 25. It's unrealistic. You're not gonna sell $25,000 products. You may, but you can't build a sustainable business around hypothetical numbers and metrics. You have, they're called, you know, experts call them vanity metrics. You have to build them around real metrics, right? So that means I'll take my median price, which would be 2,500, and then I'll build that around. So in order for me to make 6 figures a year with the median price product I have, it would be 2,500. If I divide that into 1,000, I don't have my calculator. What's that number? 100,000, you divide that into 2,500. How many products would that be, or services?
40.
40. Okay, so that would be 40. So now, instead of me saying I need to sell 20, my median is, okay, if I've got a lineup of products with those prices that you see on that example, I would need to sell 40 a year. Now I could break that 40 down into 12 months. How much would that be in 12 months?
A little over 3.
A little over 3. So we'll just say 3 a month. So that's 3 a month. So if I just sold once a week, 1 a week, I'm up. So now let's just say if that was our example, I want to make 100 grand this year. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 products from $25 to $5,000. My median product is $2,500, okay? I need to sell 40 this year. That means every month I need to sell 3. That means every week my goal should be to sell 1. Now I'm able to break down the math to figure out, okay, what is the process that I have to go through just to sell 1? So this is where you start learning your metrics and your KPIs. A lot of this stuff takes time, but what happens is, let's say for example, I send out 5 emails a day, and I do 8 posts on social media, and I do a live a week, and then I cold call 20 people a week, and then I do 1 presentation a week, and then like in 6 weeks, I sell a $2,500 product. But I have a track record to show what were all the steps that I took to make that first 2,500. Now I gotta go back and say, wow, what did it take to make 25? Ooh, it took 5 email posts for 6 weeks, so that's 30, right? 30 emails. It took a presentation a week, that was 6 presentations. So now I'm able to almost like create a systematic process for what it took for me to make the first 2,500, and now I gotta keep repeating that. Assuming that if I repeat that same process, I might be able to do it in 6 days because I figured out that process. Does that make sense, y'all? So now if I did that in 6 days, or you know what I mean? If I did all that in 6 days and I sold 1, now I perfected that process. This is how your numbers and your metrics play a very, very important role. So I don't know what y'all numbers are, and we could talk about that a little bit on the next one after we break. But if you have products and services, you're gonna need to take your median price product and service. And if you don't have enough products and services, or if your products and services are not priced right, that's another issue that we gotta work on, because we gotta make sure that you have enough products and services lined up. You gotta have inventory. It's like walking into Kroger. Kroger has 55,000 SKUs. Publix too. Got about 55, 60,000 SKUs, but it's one store. So they already know what the lifetime value of a customer is. They already know what the median price of their products and services are, and you've got to build your business the same way. So I don't want to overload y'all with information because we start going on these road trips and other concepts. But does everybody understand that? If you don't, I want you to ask whatever questions you need if you need some clarity, okay? Anybody have any questions? Okay, wow, we all clear? All right, well, we're gonna take a few minutes to break, and if you need to use the restroom is right out the door on the left. Is it the left? The ladies is on the right. And, but if you have any questions, I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I wanna answer that question. Just play that real low. Thank you for coming. One of my favorite people on the tell you, man, the most consistent product. You tell me. Very good. Glad y'all made it today.
Like, I never thought about this, like, how much you are actually cheating.
That's
I'll break down the number.
You want the whole squad. So y'all can listen.
But this is it. I never thought about how much do I actually need to survive. Like, I don't know that.
now that
I know how much it costs to live in my house.
but
So that's just to like pay my household bill. That's not.
and to
That's,
but then
No, that's just the bill, 'cause I ain't factored in like none of that.
You're a
So
minister?
that's the only thing I
Okay,
know.
man of God.
Like, you know, like $9,000
A year.
Wow.
The mortgage is a mortgage. So somebody needs to be living in this house. So I know what I'm going to do.
Okay, day trade. That's good, man. Congratulations. So y'all, good area. LaGrange is right there.
Make sure that she ain't damaging.
Right, I don't know. I just think that they drove in the alley, like, I was like,
I'm a demon experience. That's what we had here last night. Yeah, it was an eye.
yeah, so I'm just go over there and knock on the door.
Yeah. Yeah. What? Wow. Yep, I spoke to him. Wow. Yeah, because he comes from the apostolic there. Because he was on the panel, he was like, you want to know, come on, talk to we lay hands, he was like, that was awesome. Wow, yeah,
And
right.
then they can just get these bitches, take their credit, and they can use stuff that you, nothing to help with everything.
It's a model thing. All Georgia. Down by South.
So I be having to move around.
Most likely, we're going to
I just bring up that you know how they charge us back in different
They were trying to get money because
I'm on my gold truck. And I updated the kitchen. I updated the kitchen and bathroom. I'm put running on top of there like. If I was satisfied with what I own, I ain't gonna make money.
because when you're in school,
If I was to sell it, I needed to sell it, not refinance it.
You is more valuable to you.
come on. You already know what God is. So it's ministry.
Like,
At least I'll have the money because of like, I don't have to give my information. So if they structure to pay me $400, at least the majority of what I need to come without my So the first tenant we had in the county section, she didn't have no property until her boyfriend got sick. So her boyfriend got sick. She kicked in now, and then she ain't had that extra $300-400 a month to pay us. So then she went ahead and moved. Then I had my best friend.
I don't even know what happened out there.
She was paying me $600 a month. I ain't had no problem. She just paid it.
My
This
God.
lady I got in here, I'm charging her like, I charge her $17.85. And she was paying me first. Like, she's a scammer. So I think she was doing bank fraud. And I think she was running into a account. And so every month when she goes back and she would go so then I'm like, yeah, she got a scam. That check. She showed me the stuff. I understand, I'm prophetic, I'm in the spirit. Like, you do a check fraud. She showed me the fake checks. You know, they don't even look. They don't even look real. And we were working at the checks.
Tax fluctuates, so you better check it out when you move different. Even if you work out, even if you to the bills. Exactly. On my business side, I'm on contract to 80% of my. Yeah.
No way.
Girl, I'm sorry, I interrupted the show.
We both was like, ooh, that smells good.
And I'm not even hungry yet. Girl, what
You ain't hungry yet, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm not gonna make that face. You had your breakfast already.
But no, she came in here. That sounded like it was permanent. We hit it the whole atmosphere. I'm like, we both was like, no, please enjoy yourself. You just
Sarge.
You made us hungry, that's all.
we was like, wait a minute. You know, I see the people last got a glass job. Girl, I love those ones that had on last night. I have to just like that. And I love them at home. All this shit. All different.
Yes, the stamp.
I just have a whole board.
Okay, awesome. That's my home. Okay, awesome. Yeah. I live in Montgomery now, but I'm from down in 6 West South County. Hey, y'all know.
It's sweet up there. It's sweet up there. It's sweet. I'm putting it in yeah, it was
Yeah.
The water was surprising. I gotta do this. I was driving one day.
But then she did go to She already had her strawberries and cheesecake and what did we have earlier? Yeah, oh, it was all healthy. A celery stick and some strawberries.
Yeah, that was what she got. That one tomato. She said that one tomato. The one she got a plan, okay? She got a plan. I'm on a plan too.
What's that? So I know I saw strawberries.
See, she got the phone with her, okay? She's staying focused.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's make it do what it do. This is our next segment here. So, quick question for everybody. Got a quick question. I want you to give me some feedback on. How many of y'all did some of the good math? Anybody can share with me a little bit more feedback on the math that you did? Yeah, where's Toretta at? Actually, cut that. Pause that for me. I'm sorry, go ahead, Talar. I'm listening. Okay.
Oh, your battery going down.
Life is math. Yeah.
So when you said about it took me back because I've gotten away from handstand the math, but it makes it more obtainable because sometimes you can want to do something, but what does it take to get that accomplished?
Right.
And the math and the numbers do that. So I just took what it would take from me, how I want to live, how I want to live, what would it take, and what is it going to take for me to obtain that monthly? And I broke it down just like you just gave it to me. So excited, super stoked. It makes it seem more, it is more obtainable because now it's broken down in doses.
On what you need to make within the next year and what you want to make within the next year.
Yes,
That begins the whole process.
absolutely.
So even as entrepreneurs, especially as entrepreneurs and business owners, if you approach your business and you're scrambling and you're scrapping, trying to figure out, man, I gotta make some money, I gotta come up, I gotta get that bag, it's because this part was missing. This part helps you to quantify it. It's all about numbers and math and metrics, so that's very, very important. Anybody did some math and have some feedback or a good takeaway? Yes.
So I did some math with our monthly expenses, and I'm glad you instructed us to do that because it put things in perspective, but it also shows that it's not the fact
That's good. And that's one of the reasons why, just as a footnote, and I know you're on our program, that 5-step millionaire plan is very important. We put those 5 steps together to use as an outline. That 5-step plan really helps you to become disciplined with your income and your expenses. And so as you go through those 5 steps, save $1,000, step 1, pay off consumer debt. Step 2, that's the next goal. And consumer debt is, I don't talk about like student loans or mortgages. I'm particularly referring to debt that is consuming your income. We want to take control of that income. Once we get that consumer debt under hand, you know, credit cards, things that are just taking any income, then you start building that 3 to 6 month reserve. As entrepreneurs, that reserve really needs to be 9 to 12 months. And you're saving that for, like, you got to get to a point where, as a business owner, I know, because I got staff, so I need at least a year that I don't even got to look at it, touch, because when COVID happens, you gonna fire everybody, or you gonna ride this thing out. So, and then that step 4 is that 40% rule. That's where the discipline comes in at, because you gotta learn how to live on much less than what you make, and you have to delay gratification out far enough until you, because the thing of it is, the more cash you get that you can hold, you're really storing it. You're storing it for a score, but the more you get, the more peace of mind you get. And entrepreneurs, business owners, as much of a peace of mind as you can get, you need it. Because you're already stressed, you're already under pressure, you got a lot going on, so you have to have this much peace. And so cash flow really becomes insurance. It's a part of our risk management plan. I want to get that bad, because this is part of my insurance policy. So I don't just have health insurance and life insurance and business insurance. I want financial insurance. But that's good, the discipline part. So, you know, working that plan. So when we're struggling with that, having that 5-step plan and using it as an outline, it's like being on the basketball court. You can dribble, you can throw threes and layups. If you go out of bounds, the ref blows the whistle. So that plan is really not to box you in, but it's to give you healthy parameters to stay on track with the other things that you're doing. Anybody else have any feedback on that issue?
The issue that I'm running into, my income increased, and before it increased, you know, like you said, well, that's what I need. But I didn't forecast kids going to college, per se.
Right.
Even my son that's on an athletic scholarship, and she just enrolled Clark yesterday. And
Congratulations.
I didn't foresee, everything's expensive.
Right.
You know, my everyday bills, okay, I can cover that. All right, so basically when we talk about what we need to make this year, what do you say, how do we, add that in? 'Cause you never know, they always gonna be calling, they need this. I live in Tampa, she up here, so, you know, I mean, how do we, add that in?
Project that?
Yeah, project that into.
There are different ways you can project it. A lot of times, one of the easiest ways is to literally add a minimum of 30% to your annual.
Right.
A minimum of 30. You know, sometimes you'll hear people say, "Oh, go if you can increase your income by 10% a calendar year on an annual basis, it'll be good." But even if 30%, let me just put it this way: if whatever you make a year right now, if you added 30% to that, of course it breaks down into months and weeks. If that 30% still doesn't get you across a $400,000 a year threshold, start at 4. That's worst case scenario. I would always start at 4, because if you lose 50% or if you miss it by 50%, you're still at 200. You get what I'm saying? So that means, let's say if you make 150 and you add 30% to 150, that would be what, 180? So now my forecasting is based on 180 projections. Well, I'm not gonna look at 180. I'm gonna just go from 150 to 4. That's gonna be my minimum. So I'm gonna just feel disappointed every month that I don't hit that monthly target, but I'd rather be disappointed because I didn't do what was an equation of 400 than 180. Because once you start, let's say if you broke down 180, you go from 150 to 180 over the course of 12 months, right? And let's say you just said, you know what? I want to trick myself and I want to take it all the way to 400,000. Even though I know I just did the 30% over 150 and I did 180. Well, what's going to start happening is you're going to build this bandwidth and this muscle where that number is going to start reflecting what $180,000 a year look like. And even though you're hitting it, you still feel like, yeah, man, but it's supposed to be based on 400. So you gotta stretch yourself. So of course, if you're just doing like a real SWOT analysis, you know, this is like a real sophisticated sit down on a business level, 30% is conservative, but you, like what you say, you got a lot of things that's happening. So your minimum needs to be, everybody's minimum should be, I want to get to at least the 1%. I want to be a part of the 1%. There's no reason why all of us shouldn't be. So that's basically $400,000 a year. That's approximately $33,000 a month. Because if you set your bare minimum goal to that, everything changes how you move. Your attitude changes, your behavior changes, your spending changes, your aggression changes, and you're not, and trust me, for any of you that have done it, if you haven't, talk to somebody who was making whatever dollar amount and they hit a point to where they start making $400,000 more a year. Ask them what the difference is between 6 figures at 100,000 and 4. They're gonna be like night and day. They're gonna be like, it's just your whole life changes. And you really don't see that change. I know, I thought I would see that change at 6 figures because I was thinking like middle class people. So it was like, man, I can't wait till we get 100 bands. You know, we're gonna make 6 figures. And felt broker at 6 figures. I'm talking about like 100,000, 120, 140. I'm like, this ain't no money. Like, I'm still struggling. I'm still living off credit cards, making 150 grand a year. And probably had $75,000 worth of credit cards at the time because I didn't have enough. Because I didn't have a high enough target. So, and I used to do those projections, my wife and I. Oh, we're 10% more a year, 15% more. And I'm like, this is a drag. It's gotta be a better way. Go all the way. So yeah, I would just make my bare minimum. So if you're at 400 or more, doing a conservative projection and forecast at 30% will be good. And then a part of that, you mentioned something, is making sure that you're really, you mentioned forecasting. So when you said forecasting, I start thinking about tax strategies.
Yeah.
So that's where, when you because the first problem you start having when you start making more money is tax problems. That's the next problem. That's why we teach that component, because you have to know how to take pre-tax revenue and move that pre-tax revenue throughout your organization in a way that your activities are either non-taxable events, or they just bring your tax liability to zero, or maybe at a paper loss. But it actually gets you further up that road to get where you want to go. So that's how you start playing a whole different game. This is the only way you're going to become a millionaire. I mean, you can, there are people who break through and just on a sales level, or, you know, but I've met people who are millionaires and they work for companies. They're salespeople. They make, they're millionaires, but they still play the tax game because they take free cash flow and they put it in investments where they get depreciation. They're still playing the same game. So business owners have to play the same game. It's just a little different where you got to build that within your infrastructure. But yeah, I would go all the way to 400, and then I'll start the 30% projections.
I have a question. So if I have a, my goal is to say 250,000 a year, and what is not going to be enough if I'm starting here what's increasing that is going to say it's not enough if I'm not even making 100 or something, but my goal is 250 a year, and that's increasing, but my bills or whatever is the same. Is something I'm going to be incurring that's going to cause that to come up, or what? If you
Cause
know-
your income to come up?
Cause the ratio, the debt to come up to that where it's not going to be enough. Because I'm thinking like, well, if I don't have, in this case, anything now, but I increase my income, what is going to cause me to say that it's not enough? You know,
I don't understand it, I'm sorry.
so like if I'm running a business, okay, I'm just using a restaurant before that I had, and because I did these scenarios,
Yeah.
right? And I needed to make $300 a day. I needed to turn
Right.
X amount of chairs a day
Right.
because my expenses were $1,500. Okay, and that's just the base. But my goal was 3 times that amount. So now I'm making 3 times that amount. So what did I do? Hypothetically, did I incur more debt?
No, not necessarily, you just.
So how can I not incur more debt and still be able to reach that millionaire status without?
Well, typically, you're gonna make more sales,
Uh-huh,
because if you're in the restaurant, let's say if you're in a restaurant or whatever type of business
Right.
you're in, if you have a certain cap right now that you're paying, your expenses, of course, you're gonna incur more expenses because you're probably gonna hire more staff,
mhm,
you're going to probably get more space,
Mhm.
you're gonna be paying vendors or
Mhm.
buying inventory, so there are costs that are gonna be associated with that. But those costs are like by default built into the increase of your sales. So even though you're incurring more expenses and more costs, but the costs are not as important as the increase of sales.
okay, so then should I project that now? Should I inject, 2 or 3 employees? Should I
Yeah.
inject 2 or 3
You have-
now
yeah.
to reach that, to have an
Absolutely.
accurate, account
Absolutely,
now?
because
Okay.
that's inevitable.
Okay,
Because that's where the scale part comes in at, because now you have to scale yourself. So for example, like we talk about on our coaching calls,
Mhm.
one of the metrics is our revenue milestones.
Mhm.
That would be the proper way to word it. Your revenue milestones, and what a revenue milestone is basically a certain dollar amount your company should associate to each employee.
mhm,
So typically, a business consultant from Wall Street will probably say, every employee that you bring on should have a revenue milestone of 250,000. So that means if you got 4 employees and yourself, that would be a $1.25 million business. It doesn't mean that employee is generating 250,000. It just means that they represent at least $250,000 of revenue. And what that should do is that employee should either be participating in direct revenue generating activities or freeing you up to double what you're doing. So you build that into what you are projecting to make, but the goal is I want to increase my sales. So like you said, if you want $250,000 a year, that's where you want to get to. That's about how much a month? 250 a year, that's what, like 18,000, 18 to $19,000 a month. So that's in revenue. So most of the times, if you're trying to get to $19,000 a month in revenue, it might be costing you $13,000 a month. It's not uncommon because your net, most businesses only net about 5% of their revenue, of their gross revenue. So that means $1 million business might be net 50 grand. Yeah. I mean, it's not a lot of the net for the business.
mhm.
And depending on where you are in the life cycle of your business, you might not want to be netting nothing. For years, my wife and I, we on paper, when we did our taxes, we were at a loss every year.
Right, okay.
Deliberately. Like intentionally lost. So we can't use our tax receipts for nothing. Like, can't get nothing from them because it's like, you ain't make no money. You sure didn't.
Right.
You didn't make no money, but we sure live good. Shoot, we sure did everything we needed to do, because everything we did was a business expense. Shoot, if I can write off socks, I'm writing them off. Yeah, because you build that into your business, but again, you're using that to accelerate. So you definitely want to factor all that in when you're projecting what you want to make. But we're not gonna be tied up. Like, I won't be tied up in the details of the expenses as much as I'm gonna focus on income. 90% of the energy needs to be focused on increasing income, and then we deal with expenses. Because the world has taught us to budget, and so everybody, all they focus on, if you look at a balance sheet, you got gross, you got everything in the middle, and then you got net. Most people are taught to focus on everything in the middle. Well, let me just shrink my this, and let me just shrink this, and let me not go to Starbucks no more. That ain't gonna get you rich. Not drinking the dopio. You ain't gonna get rich for not drinking dopios. Like, it just doesn't work that way. Your income is your number one wealth building tool. So when I get a grip on my income and learn how to increase that income, by default, the income that I bring in, or I'm projecting to bring in, helps to determine what expenses I need to incur to keep that thing growing and building. So the more I become efficient with making money, generating income, making sales, I bring on somebody because I already know, okay, this person is gonna help this, or I buy a new system, or I create a new process, or I pay for something to be outsourced because that's gonna help me go from 1,000 to 5, from 200 to 1,200. So all that starts being built in, but it's all in light of income. Any other questions or some feedback from that exercise on the math? Was everybody able to do that math pretty well? Did that help? What you want to make this year for the next year and what you need to make? And again, for those of you that have products and services, you have to find that median product and service. If you don't have enough products and services, that's something that you want to work on. You want to work on creating the inventory. And I would have both. I wouldn't lean on just one. So you gotta build your inventory out, and you gotta have variety. You gotta have variety, especially those of you that are like in coaching and the consulting space and the educational space. I mean, I consult a lot of people in that space, and you know, you have to create variety, and you can't just be so stuck on the workload, because you're gonna have to do a little work initially until it is scalable. But once you get it to a place to where you've perfected it and you figured out what works, it's easy for you to build people around it or build systems and infrastructures around it. Okay, so I just want to encourage all of you to continue to work on that math and to make sure that it's in alignment with your products and services, because it goes like this. Here is how much I want to make. Here is how much I need to make. I want to know both numbers because I want to know my worst case scenario, right? Then once I get that number, I want to look at my products and services. I want to see what exactly am I selling. If you're working a job and you know you can't scale it, if you make 30 grand a year and you want to make 100, well, you can't work 3 jobs at 30 grand. So that means you got to make that 30, and then you got to figure out another vehicle for that 60. Just like our team, our staff. I give our staff opportunities to become salespeople and to make commissions, because that's another vehicle within the same. That's a side hustle. So it's like, as long as you do your main job well, you can go out there and make money, and you don't have to go find another side hustle because it's within that. So if you're working on a job and you don't have that ability in that company, you've got to find another vehicle that gives you that ability to hit that target. But don't give up on that target, because it's like, I'm not going to stay stuck here at 30 and I want to be at 100. I got to get to 100, and I got to figure out where I'm going to get that other 60 from, because I need to do the math on it. But if you have a business, you got to make sure you have products and services. You take that median product and service, and we'll talk about it a little bit in the next segments, but you want to create that star product. that signature product. You need that star program or signature program. It needs to be a star, because especially in the coaching and consulting space, coaches and consultants today, they come a dime a dozen and they all over the place. They don't know if they're coming or going, because they have not honed in on, here's my core competency. Here's the thing that I know I'm good at, and build something around it. I would rather build that one thing and say, I'm gonna put all the other little itty bitty things that I do into that, and I'm gonna make that thing, and I'm gonna just build my sales program, my sales process, my marketing, my messaging, or build everything around it, because I need to have that thing that gives me a sustainable business. Then I can start doing some of that other stuff. But you can't go out there in the market and be like, well, I do this, I do that, I do this, and also that. Oh, by the way, I do this too, and I do that. I do these 3 things, and oh, by the way, I do these. Nobody's doing business with you because they already know you're confused. You get what I'm saying? So you want to, this is what we do. Now, there may be 100 other things in that ecosystem, but you want to be able to have that one thing, and you want to build something around that median product, because that's how you're going to, I love that word, forecast. That's how you're going to project. That's how you build a business. And it needs to be something that you know can be scaled beyond just you. It can actually be scaled through other people and through other systems and processes. Okay, so any questions on that? Okay, let's look at this SMS matrix. I'll take a few minutes and we'll go through this. We're doing pretty good with time. Really appreciate all of you for coming out, even for those that are joining us virtually, and we are live on YouTube. So I appreciate all of you, and just thank y'all for hanging out with us today. So the SMS matrix. So I'll try to do as much as I can on this, and I'll finish the rest in our deep dive. So here's where the rubber meets the road for all of you. The SMS matrix. This is really the graph that we use to explain the power of the holding company and how you should actually build your business infrastructure out. We live in a world, and there's a book called Blue Ocean Strategy, and the author talks about the difference between blue oceans and red oceans. And basically speaking, a blue ocean strategy or a blue ocean business is a business that has a strategy that's very unique. Like Uber would be like a blue ocean business. Facebook would be a blue ocean. A lot of these businesses, tech companies, are like blue oceans. Slutty Vegan is kind of like a blue ocean business. Just she happened to come into the market at the right time, right? So there are a lot of blue ocean business. But then you have red oceans. Red is because it's shark infested, so everybody's eating, it's bloody. But a lot of times, 9 out of 10 businesses are not blue ocean businesses. But if you have a blue ocean strategy, you can go into a red ocean. I'm a Florida boy. We grew up a mile from the beach, so we all we do is fish and swim. You put us anywhere, we're gonna swim our way out of it. But at the same time, we used to go to the creeks, we used to go to the lakes, freshwater fish. It's different than in the ocean, but Auntie them used to have this chum in their bag. So we come out there with our pin reels and we fly. We got reels and rods. And Grandma come out of there, Auntie, with them cane poles. And it wasn't real cane poles. They just got them trees and cut them and put that hook on it. And they just sit on that bucket, dip they snuff, and they just hold them under their bosom. And they catching fish like ain't no tomorrow. They catching brams and spots and specks. But Grandma them had that chunk. And so this is how your business needs to be built, if that makes sense. Your business needs to be built and structured in a way that you can actually go into a red ocean and be so good and be positioned so well in this red ocean that you can throw chum out, catch fish without getting bit by sharks. And that's the perspective you have to have in a 2022 world. You have to have that perspective. So this concept, what I'm getting ready to talk to you about, helps you to understand how you have to either initially position yourself and your business in the market or reposition yourself and your business in the market. And here's the proof in the pudding. If your business is not making money, you're not properly positioned in the market. Period. If you're not making enough money, that means you have to reposition yourself in the market. Because businesses are built to generate revenue. That's what they do. And so when we're not generating revenue, there are some malfunctions within the infrastructure. It may not necessarily be you, it may not necessarily be your products and services, it may be the infrastructure that you build. And so the SMS matrix is an acronym for structure, marketing, and sales. So I ain't got my digital Google board with me today, so I can't like flex and draw, but I need all of you to kind of like get an idea of what I'm saying while you're looking at this diagram, because the first part of building your business is your structure. I always recommend, it doesn't matter what type of business you have or you want to start, your first business ideally should be a holding company. It should be a holding company. A holding company is a parent organization. A holding company is not necessarily an operating company, but your holding company is your legacy company. It is the company that you're using to become the umbrella. And based on this diagram that you see, if you notice, there's a flag on the top, there's an individual. You're that individual. You're the CEO. You're that individual. That mountaintop that you as the individual you're standing on, that mountaintop should ideally be your holding company. What most entrepreneurs do, and I've done it, I did it 2 or 3 times. What we do is we get a business idea, oh, I want to start an apparel line, or I want to get into landscape, or I want to start providing digital marketing, or I want to be a virtual assistant, or I want to do this, I want to sell pies, or whatever the thing is, right? The first thing you do is start an operating business. So you go get, Hoodies LLC, right? Or you get, We Landscape LLC. What you did was you've made your mountaintop company an operating entity. But from a structural perspective, it really limits you as an entrepreneur because you probably have more than just a landscaping idea. That might just be your hustle for a season to give you a lift to go into other things. No wealthy company in the world operates like that. As a matter of fact, most companies that start as operating companies, once they get a level of wealth, they go to private equity groups, or they go to a lot of big consulting firms, and they reposition, reorganize their organizations, they create holding companies, and they drop those operating entities in them. All I'm doing is showing you that this is how you should start in the beginning, because you're going to save yourself a lot of time, and you're going to save yourself a lot of stress, especially if or when you reach a point that the operating business that you're in is no longer what you want to do. It's going to be easier for you to pivot because your infrastructure should be built in a way that you on that mountaintop don't necessarily have to move. You may be directing traffic and quarterbacking within your infrastructure, but you don't have to keep moving, because as consistent as you can be in the marketplace, the better off you're going to be over the long term. Because nobody's going to be doing business with you when you're the hair lady today, but then you're like the digital marketer tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like you're the internet guru, you do sales, and next week you do you know what? Figure it out, then we'll come in and do. Nobody's doing business with you because we're in an information world. And most of the things that we provide as products and services are red ocean products and services, meaning that they come a dime a dozen. I'm a business consultant, I'm a business coach, I'm a business and financial trainer. We consult real estate investors, we do those things, but everybody does that. So what makes me so different and special? Not too much, other than how I position myself in the market and how I build an infrastructure to give me the flexibility and the freedom to really move how I want to, so that my creative juices can continue to flow. So on the top of that mountaintop company, without going too deep on this part here, it should be your holding company. Your holding company should be a legacy company, meaning that it should reflect a legacy. And in our deep dive, we'll get into the 3 B's, but it needs to be a legacy company. like Ramonepreston Enterprises. That's what I told y'all at the onset. Ramonepreston Enterprises is a holding company. But we use it to position ourselves in the market, not necessarily as a holding company. Like, you don't hear me on social media saying, hey, my name is Ramonepreston. I'm the CEO of Ramonepreston Enterprises, and it's a holding company. Because it's like, okay, what's that? That means nothing. Ramonepreston Enterprises, from a marketing and sales perspective, is presented or positioned as a consulting, coaching, and training company. You see how that works? So I have to build an infrastructure where whatever that mountaintop business is, I can use it to stand on so that when I go into the marketplace, I can be consistent with my messaging, with my branding, and I can quarterback and direct the traffic as it comes. Because now there's a business, there's a brand identity, there's a brand ambassador, and your business has to be set up that way. So you can't be uncomfortable being, if you're uncomfortable, let me just say it that way, if you're uncomfortable being the brand ambassador, then you need to figure out who or what should be, because this is gonna have a lot to do with how many hurdles you jump across. So your mountaintop entity needs to be your holding company. If you see the first arrow on the top beside your character, you have to position yourself as an expert in your niche in the marketplace. Okay, so that means, for example, I'll give you a good example. Let's say you got a plumbing company, right? So you Joe the Plumber. So Joe the Plumber start Joe's Plumbing LLC. That's what we do, right? So Joe go in the marketplace, Joe's the plumber. Joe's Plumbing LLC. We give free estimates. We'll fix your toilet if you got leaks. If you need pipes fixed, just give Joe the Plumber a call. Well, Joe started an operating entity, correct? Joe went into the market as a plumber, and Joe has quite a few hurdles to cross because Joe has to convince you that he's better than Jake or your cousin who gonna do it for the low. You know what I mean? Joe got some work to do. But Joe is in a shark-infested market. So Joe struggles. Joe wants to be an entrepreneur and a business owner, but Joe did not properly position himself. But Joe got other ideas. Joe want to invest in real estate. Joe want group homes. Joe want an island. Joe ain't got time to be fixing no doggone toilets. Joe don't want to fix the toilet. Joe just know this is a hustle. But if Joe had this information, Joe could have properly positioned himself, and instead of starting Joe's Plumbing LLC, maybe it could have been, you know, Joe Jones Enterprises. And so now Joe could have created a legacy that could have included Joe's Plumbing as a subsidiary, but at least Joe would have gotten to the mountaintop, properly positioned himself, not just as Joe the Plumber, but Joe Jones, who happens to be an expert in the plumbing space. So now when you come to Joe, you ain't coming to Joe to find out about no toilet, because Joe gonna tell you, I'm a business consultant, or I'm a plumbing consultant. And so in order for me to send one of my guys to check on your toilet, I need to walk you through a consultation or an assessment. Your respect for Joe increases, right? Joe's value increases just because of how Joe positioned himself in the market. You have to do the same thing. You're gonna have to do the same thing. And it's only getting worse every day that goes by, because it was already bad prior to 2020. March of 2020. It's worse now. Because I'm telling you, I talk to a lot of people on a day-to-day basis. A lot of businesses are not making money. Like 9 out of 10 businesses don't even break even. It's statistically true, it's proven. Most business owners, the only reason why their businesses are still active is because they're just paying their Secretary of State fees. It's not because they're generating revenue. And I truly believe a part of it is because of how business owners are positioned in the market. So one may say, well, if I position myself in the market as the consultant, right? The plumbing consultant, but I'm not a plumbing consultant. Are you or are you not? Because if I called you and said, hey, Joe, saw your information, just had a few questions I wanted to ask you, what Joe gonna do? Like all of us do, give you a whole lot of information, because you know your stuff. Joe gonna say, so what kind of toilet? Is it cold, right? Is it oval? Is it round? How tall is it? Okay, where is it positioned to the bathtub? Joe giving you all this. Can you take a few pictures? Well, if you got PVC pipe, you know it may take this. Joe is consulting you, but Joe never separated that business of being an expert from providing the service. Do y'all understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So you have to position yourself in a way where you separate who you are as an expert from the actual service and products that you provide. They're actually two different businesses. But you can't see it if you just create one entity and you're like, oh, this is what I do. Well, yeah, that's what you do, but it needs to be distinguished so that you can build an infrastructure to add marketing and add sales into it. That's how you build a real business. Like just about any company you name is a holding company. JCPenney is a holding company. Charles Schwab, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Walton Enterprises, Publix, Amazon. I mean, the list goes on and on. They're all holding companies because they know they have to be positioned in a way, number one, for tax purposes, so that they can create these non-taxable events at the end of the day. But number two, that they can create a brand that's consistent. Nobody's confused about Amazon, right? I mean, it's like when you want to go look for something, you go to Amazon. They got millions of products and services that they provide, but you still go through one door. So they're not confusing you. Well, we do this over here, but we also do that. We also do these. No, we Amazon. And we own Whole Foods. I heard they're trying to buy Target. Like, they've just taken over, right? Well, you do the same thing when you go in the supermarket. You don't say, oh, I'm going to the green bean store. Oh, I'm going to the tater chip store. No, I'm finna go to Publix, right? Yeah, we finna go to Kroger real quick and just grab them 10 for 10. When you go in there, they give you aisles, they give you options. Your infrastructure needs to feel that way so that when we come into the world of who you are, you decide based on your assessment of us where we fit in your ecosystem. You get what I'm saying? So when someone comes into the ecosystem of Ramonepreston Enterprises, I need to assess you to help you identify, because that's my fiduciary responsibility as a consultant, to make sure that you get what you're supposed to get. Because I'm not just selling you something as an operator. I'm providing a top tier, mountaintop service to make sure that you get exactly what you want. Because what happens is your value goes up. Because now people are calling you as the expert, even if they don't do business with you. So, I mean, 90% of the people I talk to don't do business with me. So we talk to people all week. 9 out of 10 of them is like, hey, they just called to get some information. Hey, I want to start a holding company, or I'm dealing with tax issues, or I got this going on. What should I do? I give them a little game. All right, appreciate it. Thank you. Love you. Take care. It is what it is. But at least they know they have a go-to. They've got somebody who's positioned in the market, who know their stuff, and who's willing to give them that expert advice. All of you have to be that. I mean, literally, whatever it is that you're doing, this is a bold statement I'm gonna make. Whatever business you're in, you should be doing that and consulting in that. Like literally. You sell sweet potato pies. Oh, I wish I had one of them jokes. She sells potato pies. So you the pie pusher. She push pies. She push pies, right? Amazing. She got a catering company, food service company. I mean, she's in our program, so it's kind of cheat sheet. I'm using you as an example, but you know, let's just say you sell pies. Okay, but if I went to her about the pie and just happened to ask questions like, how do you do it? Like, what is your process? Guess the pie pusher ain't the one that's gonna start talking to me. The consultant is going to start talking to me.
That's good.
So I don't want to just sell pies, but I want to provide a service to show people how to make pies and sell them. You see, that's a whole new business right there. But the value of your pie goes up just because you created that. Like, I'm going to pay more for a pie from a pie consultant than I would a pie pusher.
That's good.
We all do that. Y'all know, listen, I'm half white. That's my disclaimer. I'm half white. I talk about both sides. I talk about white people and black people. Let me tell you something. White people done figured that out. You in Buckhead. I'm in these same high rises with these people. You go into any of these high rises, a lot of these people don't look like me, right? But a lot of these people are doing what I'm telling you that you should do. So I don't want to just be the pie pusher. Because now I'm competing with auntie them, cuz that got grandma recipe. No, I'm the expert in pies. I can show you how to start a pie business. So now I'm not even pushing pies no more. I'm just training and educating and consulting and coaching or whatever other people. All of you have to do that. And trust me, even if you don't do anything I'm telling you to do, at some point in the future, probably the near future, you're gonna think back and say, man, he said that. Wow, he saw it before it came. Because we're moving closer and closer and closer to this like oversaturated red world where even if you're a big fish, you're not even important because the ocean is too big. You know how you could be a big fish in a little pond? Being a big fish in the ocean don't matter now because the world is so open now. So you're not like people talking about being trillionaires. Apple is and Tesla, these companies are worth trillions. You know, BlackRock and Blackstone, they holding 70, 80 trillions of assets. Even if you got $10 million or whatever, it's just not the same. So position yourself as an expert in your niche, right? The other arrows, start and structure your holding company. And again, I'm not saying that you shouldn't start your operating company. I'm not saying you shouldn't start it. What I'm saying to you is, for asset protection purposes and legacy building purposes, your holding company is going to give you the leverage, because here's what's going to happen at a certain point. You start your holding company. So even if you're doing plumbing, or even if you're selling apparel, or even if you are providing some other services and products, they can either be divisions, which are not separate entities, depending on the volatility of that operation, or if they're volatile and risky, they become separate entities, right? So they become subsidiaries. As you build that and you start building your business, you create one brand, one feel. It feels like we're coming into one world, and you're able to, as the expert, quarterback and direct the traffic to where people fit into your ecosystem. And the holding company, at a certain point of you building momentum, is going to give you the capability of separating a lot of the assets that you're accumulating within your organization to increase and elevate that overall value. So this is how you use this concept as well to become a millionaire and to create a lot of value in your business. Because, for example, now all of a sudden you're taking your ideas and you're creating a layer for your ideas and using them as intellectual property, right? Now you're taking trademarks and you're taking your logos and you're taking certain ways, like your recipes, like your whole recipe. Your recipe could be intellectual, where your holding company owns it, and even if you have a restaurant, you just license your recipe to the restaurant so that your asset of that recipe or that proprietary process is not compromised. Now all of a sudden you start creating these assets within your organization. You're not going to be able to do that the same way with one operating entity. And you definitely don't want to own like 4 or 5. The goal is to own one entity, and that one entity own however many entities it needs to own for profit, right? So it's kind of like in a nonprofit. Like you start a church or a church controlled charter like we have, and then you have like departments. That's what they call them, or auxiliaries. So you go to a church, there's one church, but they got like 1,000 auxiliaries. Youth ministry, grown folks ministry, all kind of ministries. You want your business to be built that way so that you can start increasing its value.
Can I ask one quick question?
Yes.
We've all our consultants in our field, but at what point do we charge I mean, I'm giving away 50% of information for free, or continue to do all information for free. How do we start bringing in income as that consulting if they're not going to purchase anything?
Well, on one hand, you position yourself and create those services or programs or what have you. Number one, so that you can be properly positioned, so that people can respect your expertise. So whether you buy anything from me or not, if I take you to my website, you're gonna see my prices for everything. Because I know what I'm worth and I know what I can do. So you see it. Whether you see all that and be like, man, ain't nobody gonna pay for $20, but I'll buy one of them $20 books. Well, that's cool. Or you might not. You just come to a free event. Fine, that's cool. But it doesn't take away from the fact that I've properly positioned myself based on my expertise. So number one, I want that because perceived value is important. Okay, when you don't have any of that set up, you're gonna keep getting, girl, let me ask you this question. You get what I'm saying? Like this gentleman here, me and David, we were talking earlier, we've been conversing back and forth, but him and many people that I've conversed with, they respect your time. They always put in little emails or chats, you know, I respect your time, I don't want to take too much of your time. But why are people saying that? Because they know you're a business person. They see what you're doing. So just for that perception alone, it's a game changer. Just that alone increases the value. Because as I said, if I went to a landing page and I saw Althea, the food service expert, the mogul, the Aunt Jemima of our generation, right? She's a consultant. She can show people how to start their own catering businesses. She can coach young women that want to get, or men that want to get into food service. She shows you all the ins and outs. She got classes and courses. This is what she's learned over 40, 50 years of doing this. Can't nobody take that from her. She's a beast in her field. Oh, but by the way, she's got a sale on her pies for $15. I'm not even really thinking about the $15 pie, because I'm like, well, better than that $15,000 program you got. I'm just saying, you gotta appreciate and respect you and be sold on you enough to say, hey, I know, because here's the thing, and this is, I'll get to the other part, but this is powerful for those of us that are prophetic people. We always over-deliver. All of you that's in any program that have paid anything, I probably over-deliver. I told you I'm gonna do one thing and I probably did 10. It's just, because I'm always on a guilt trip. It's like, man, am I giving y'all enough? I'm always trying to figure out a new way to do it to help you out. We're all like that as godly people. All we want to do is help people. We just want to give people everything. We just run our mouth all the time. Anybody asks you anything about what you do, you're going to hold on, let me get my iPad. Let me show you. You really want to do that? I told her to go. You get what I'm saying? That's just how he is. So why not position it so that the world can decide if they're willing to pay for it? Don't make that decision for them. We make the decision, ain't nobody going, well, why are you deciding for me? What if I want to pay that for what you have? What if I want to bring that out? So you have to position yourself. That's one thing. The second thing is, when you have your prices and you have your products and your services and your programs set up, and you're sold on what you know you can do, because price is a myth, it's not real, it's you being sold on you. Now, your marketing and your sales is what gets you the activity. So you're just giving it all away anyway. I mean, I've had people to tell me, ain't no need for me to even buy nothing from you. All I gotta do is go watch your YouTube videos, but you still ain't got me.
Right.
But that's cool. Go watch all 1,700 of them. But you still ain't got me. And I know people who watched hundreds of them and still call back. Man, I loved them. I watched them for 2 years straight, but man, I just need to sit down with you. Because you still can't get everything a person has when they are putting themselves in that position. So you put your prices out. Your prices is gonna change everything. Because I would rather somebody see a price and talk with them. I say, you know what, don't worry about that. I'm gonna waive that. But at least you appreciate me waiving it because there's a number in your mind that I just gave you. So price is everything for that purpose. You have to put that out there. And now it's just about marketing. It's about taking everything that you have and breaking it up in incremental ways that you can communicate to the world who you are and how good you are. Hope I answered that question. Anybody have any questions on that so far? Is it making sense to everybody how powerful this concept is? So I know there's so many layers. I try to cover as much as I can. But for those of you, like for example, if you already have a LLC and you know at some point you want to transition into a holding company, you have a couple choices. You could either use your LLC as a holding company, or you could just start a holding company, categorize it as a holding company, and just transfer the ownership of your existing LLC to your holding company. Because you don't want to own multiple LLCs. Because every LLC you own, you're gonna file taxes on. Where if your holding company owns those LLCs, they're pass-through entities. And now you're able to play with that money before it gets to the top. That's how the rich get richer. That's why Amazon don't pay no doggone taxes.
What?
Hold on, wait.
Because I need to know
What?
They like, oh. Probably like, oh. Go ahead.
Okay. Can I change one of my LLCs to, can I reorganize it to the holding company?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay.
So
and then what's the piece about you said you don't want to have more than one LLC?
you don't want to own more than one LLC because you want your holding company to be the owner of those other LLCs.
Okay.
When you own multiple LLCs, you're gonna file separate taxes, personal tax returns, because LLCs, they're pass-through entities.
Right.
Disregarded if you're just a single member, right? So you got LLC number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. I own all 4. So when I go do my taxes, I'm gonna have to do for 4, right?
Yeah.
But throughout the year, let's say if I'm making money or losing money or doing whatever with 4, I'm not able to just move this money how I want through amongst these 4 entities. These transactions have to be
Separate.
right.
Right.
Or they coming for you, right? Or they questioning, or you don't even want to do things that are questionable. And you don't want to even feel that feeling like, man, am I tripping? You know what I mean? So now you got those 4. If this first one was a holding company and it owned those 3, whatever the financial activities are with those 3, they all come up to this one. And you decide, let's say if it's more money in that one than it is in these 2, and you wanted to pull some as the holding company owner and put it in those 2. Or you're gonna pay taxes if you don't do something with that money, but you wanna start another LLC. That's how you move that around. That's how these conglomerates are able to do that. So it's always better because now when you do your taxes, those 3 entities that are owned by that holding company are gonna pass up through to their owner, which is the holding company, and whatever the net profits are, that's what you're gonna be taxed on as the owner of the holding company. Does that make sense? And,
I just need to get
and it makes it easier so that once you get, because most of the time, once you get to $1 million, that's really when you want to start like a trust. But it's easier to start a trust. I know. See, it's so much information to talk about, but you understand what I'm saying? Since you went there, I just wanted to explain to you how you got the multiple LLCs owned by the one, and then when you're ready to bring in a trust, you could drop that trust between you and your holding company, so that your trust owns your holding company, and you're the trustee of the trust. Huh? That's $1 million worth of gain right there. Prophet, did that make sense?
It makes sense, yes.
So you don't want to own multiple LLCs, because I want to do one tax
So it is a legal
return.
way for me to get the 2 LLCs.
Moved under your holding company.
Yeah.
Well, make one of the LLCs the holding company and move the other LLC
Yeah,
into
and
the.
so you're just gonna transfer the ownership. That could be done on the Secretary of State level. Either some states, the portals changed after the COVID relief thing. Like, some of y'all might not even know this, but there was a window back at the end of 2020. Remember, we had so many people we were working with. that they shut the IRS portal down, a lot of state portals were shut down, you couldn't even get no EIN number.
Right.
Y'all remember that?
Yes, I do.
They changed everything. So now it's not the same as it was pre-COVID. So some state portals, you can do an amendment and it allows you to update the owner. Some won't allow you to do that. You have to wait till you do your annual registration and then you can update your owner. But then you want that to reflect in your operating agreement. So you draft a new operating agreement and you put that language in your new operating agreement so that those other LLCs are owned by your holding company. Okay. That was good? Clear? She over there like, yeah, that's it, yeah. You gotta do that. You gotta do that because that's how, once you start making money, that's how you start mitigating or eliminating those taxes. Because if you got multiple LLCs and let's say this one over here make 500 grand, right? And you own that, but then you own 3 other ones that made 20, 30, 40. Now you gotta figure out like what you gonna do with this 500 because whatever you net or don't do anything with, you're gonna pay taxes on that. Where if that LLC was owned by a holding company, now you could take that pre-tax revenue and start reallocating it, redistributing it into other investments or expenses to build. You might well do it because they're gonna take it. They're gonna take it. I don't want them to do nothing. I ain't giving them nothing. I ain't giving them nothing. Shit. So that means now you gotta have a strategy and a plan because now you gotta grow and you gotta accelerate that thing. You get what I'm saying? Because I take that 500, I'm like, shh, we finna spend this. Yeah. You know, and of course at some point you could put some of that in real estate, but I'm depending on your plan, your financial plan, your business plan, I'm not always gonna recommend that initially because the first investment you need to make, number one, is in yourself. You should always be investing in yourself. That's because this is something that's inevitable. The next investment is within your business because when you invest in other assets outside of your business, like real estate or any other type of investments, a lot of times that money, although it may be passive, but the return is lower and slower than it would be if you're reinvesting it into your business. You can turn that money quicker. You can recycle that money quicker if you have a proper business and financial plan. Like for example, you can go buy $1 million piece of real estate and you put let's say $300,000 down. Okay, you set another $100,000 aside. You made that 500 grand. So you take 400 of that and you put in a piece of real estate. But what is the net operating income of that $1 million property? Is it the net operating income could potentially be 50 grand or maybe 90 grand a year, where I could have taken so your return on that $1 million property, which was a $300,000 to $400,000 investment, could be a 10% return. Let's just say. Or 20% return. But if I took 400 grand and dumped it in my business, you get what I'm saying? Within a 12-month window, hired staff, built infrastructure, got consultants and coaches, and put a PR plan together in a year, you think I can't make 90 grand back? And the 400 is still in my business that I own? So sometimes doing that is good, but it's not always the best decision to make. And we're in real estate, so I know it ain't always the best decision, because if you're putting all that money in an asset like that, but then your business is not at a place to where you built it correctly and it's sustainable, now you just round here, man, I need more than that little 3 grand coming in or whatever. And what headaches come with that? You know what I mean? Especially if you're owning it and managing it. Any other questions on that? Yes.
So just to get a better understanding of the basis, when you structure the holding company with all the subsidiaries or divisions, when those other LLCs that fall under, or the other companies that fall under the holding, on paper, do you put doing business as? Like say we're E&D Enterprises, but on the license that you put on the wall or whatever, do you put E&D Enterprises doing business as? Like how, or does it matter?
Well, it's depending. It can matter, because technically a DBA is a process of paperwork you should file sometime with City Hall in the local area that you're in, depending on the municipality. But a lot of times, the DBAs, depending on the products and the services you're providing, can actually be just considered as divisions. And when I use the word divisions, it's kind of like when you walk into Kroger, right? Kroger they got a bakery division. Well, they're not Kroger Bakery or Kroger doing business as Kroger Bakery. It's just a department. They're all divisions under there, so they don't require all these separate licensings for these different departments or divisions. So sometimes it's gonna come down to the type of business that you're doing, because if it's a business that you're doing and you're using a name, a fictitious name, and you go out in the market and you're using a name and you don't have a DBA and it requires a DBA, then that's gonna be deceptive. So you can get in trouble behind that. So you would have to go to City Hall and get a DBA, and that's where you go there, you fill out the paperwork, it'll be your company, Enterprises, doing business as, so that you could put that on your wall. But that would be basically something that the city would have to determine, because I don't know what the product or service is, because like, for example, a lot of the services that I provide, like our coaching, our consulting, and our training, like Ramonepreston University, it's a whole online university, but because of the nature of that business, I don't need a DBA. It's a virtual-based business, and the services I'm still providing through Ramonepreston Enterprises, so I don't have to go get a DBA and differentiate it. So again, if it's like a brick and mortar and you're setting up a business in a certain local area, you're gonna have to go there and say, okay, here's my business name, I'm incorporated with the state, and I wanna start this business as a storefront, brick and mortar. What are the requirements? Because every city and municipality is different. So I would do that. But generally speaking, a lot of the things that we're talking about in terms of like the consulting, a lot of these services don't have to be DBAs. They're just divisions, because they're actually just products and services that you're selling. So all the products and services you sell under a company don't have to be DBAs. They're just products and services, like a supermarket. They got thousands of SKUs. They're just different. But if there's a brick and mortar portion, just like the MoneyGram services or banking services, then those DBAs have to be clear, because they're brick and mortar, and that city is going to require different regulations and certifications than the state will.
Right.
I hope I answered that.
Yes.
Any other questions on that? Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I have more questions about the trust now, but
Go ahead.
it's probably more than one trust, so it's different types of trust.
Yeah, it is.
So,
But most trust people use that I'm talking about are revocable trusts.
yes.
Most irrevocable trusts are like a lot of people don't do irrevocable
Okay.
trusts. So these are like revocable trusts, because you're the trustee, you're
What's the
starting.
difference between an irrevocable and a revocable?
Well, irrevocable trust, you can't change it.
Okay.
So that means it's irrevocable. It cannot be revoked. So once you put something in that trust, even you can't take it out,
Okay.
because now it's there. But when you do an irrevocable trust, or when estates do irrevocable trust, in most cases they're doing it because it's a big farmland, it's a big property, or it's some asset that they know this is generational. This ain't going nowhere. 10 generations from now, we want them to live in this area. So they'll put it in an irrevocable trust, because now nobody's gonna be able to do anything with it but just manage that estate or that trust. A revocable trust is the more common trust that we use, because now what you're doing is you're starting a trust and you're taking assets that you own and control, and you're putting them in that trust, particularly in the event that if you died, you prevent probate court.
Yes.
You get what I'm saying? So your family don't have to go to probate court for the house, for the cars, for your business. If those things are not in the trust, it's probate. You're going through probate. So the trust is, number one, is going to prevent that probate. Number two, the trust gives you the ability to create a roam for all of the things that you're doing. But again, it's better to have that holding company, especially for business, for your business operations, because now it's easier to just, if my Ramonepreston Enterprises owns businesses and owns assets and owns trademarks and intellectual properties, and all of those things are under Ramonepreston Enterprises, it's much easier for me to say, okay, I'm gonna transfer the ownership from me and my wife who owns this holding company to our trust, and we own the trust. It's easier to do that than, okay, we got 85 different assets that we have to all individually transfer into a trust. It just simplifies the process. So most of the trusts are revocable, because if you need to go back in 8 years or 5 years and change something, maybe you want to put the house in it now. You know, maybe you got a piece of property or land you want to put in it, or maybe it's another business you started and you want to add it to it, or maybe you got, you know, some bling. You know, you like, I got $100,000 of jewelry I want to put in it.
So the irrevocable trust, you cannot add anything else into it. It's set, whatever was put into it, that's it?
I'm not 100% sure on
Okay.
if it's something that could be added to it. That would definitely have to be something an attorney could give you more in-depth information and insight on. So I wouldn't know. All I do know is when it's irrevocable trust, you can't revoke it. So
Okay.
once you put something in it, now, can you add more to that trust? I'm assuming you could. It's just that whatever you add to it, you can't.
It can't come out.
So I wouldn't assume that like a revocable trust that there would be any limitations on how much you put in. It's just that when you put it in, it ain't coming out.
Okay.
And when your revocable trust is created, by the way, and you die, it becomes irrevocable.
Okay.
Because you're the trustee, you're the one that, you're the grantor, you started. So I would assume that an irrevocable trust, you can add as much as you want to add. But again, every person that I've known that created one, they had it in there because it was something that was like passed down from generation to generation that nobody's getting rid of. We're not selling that. Whatever we put in that, we ain't selling it. Heirlooms and land, farmland, like a lot of these companies and families that have been around since the 1800s, they're all that stuff is in the irrevocable trust. A lot of that stuff, because that was like the thing back in the early 20th century, whatever. So now most people just do the revocable trust. And again, most of the time, the revocable trusts are created in the event something happens to you. So you put your insurance policy in that trust, you put your house in that trust, you put business in that trust, any valuables, anything that you can do to minimize or absolutely eliminate probate court, number one, is the most important thing. And you still have a will, you still have your HIPAAs and your power of attorneys and all those forms situated, but you want to minimize or mitigate the trauma with the family too, because you know when we die, boy, family get crazy. They told me that was mine. Every time I came there, they pointed at that and said that was mine. You ain't got that in writing, you ain't getting that. You know how people get. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I hope I answered that part. Was that a clear answer for you? Helped you a little bit?
Yes.
Any other questions? Was that good, y'all?
That's good.
Is that information real valuable for y'all? So the next arrow, we'll take a quick break, is introducing you, your products, and your services to the market. So this is about how you introduce your products and your services to the market. And as I said, you shouldn't, if you're on this mountaintop, you're not trying to introduce all your products and services. Like you go watch hundreds of videos of mine on YouTube and social media. You probably very rarely hear me say things about real estate or an apparel line or online store or books. There are a lot of products and services that we have that you very rarely hear us talk about, because those are not mountaintop things that I know give me the biggest bang for my marketing buck, or for the attention that I want to get from the marketplace. Again, when people come into your ecosystem, it makes it easier for you to communicate those things. But your marketing and your sales should be built into it. Your holding company and your operating entity should look like that. That's how your business should be structured. You see what that structure is? It's literally a marketing and sales funnel. Like, you can't build a business and then say, oh, I'm gonna create a marketing plan, or then I'm gonna create a sales funnel. It don't work like that. This has to be built into your business. So when you come out as the brand ambassador on that mountaintop, everything you do is a part of your sales and marketing. Because now you're building that into everything you do. You can't separate it. It can't be, well, I just do this because I just love to do this, and there's no marketing and sales behind it. Or I'm just providing this because I provide. It all has to be consistent, because the more sophisticated you want to become, the more attention you want to garner from the market, the more you have to have this stuff in order. It's got to be polished, it's got to be put together, and people got to have that trust and that confidence to know that, yeah, they doing the doggone thing. They know their stuff, and they want to feel good about that. And it's okay for you to bring them into that ecosystem. Of course, we have other events like workshops that we talk about this, but I wanted to at least give you an idea of what those 5 P's and 5 steps for our marketing and sales. I won't be able to go into the deep with it, but I'll at least give it to you. So the 5 P's of marketing, because this should be built into everything you do in your business. Number 1, position. Number 2, promotion. Number 3, purchase. I'm sorry, product. Sorry about that. Going off the top of the dome right now. Product. Number 4, purchase. Number 2 is promotion. Number 1 is position. Number 2 is promotion. Number 3 is product. Number 4 is purchase. And number 5 is practice. So this is like a quick free cram on the power of your marketing and sales when you build it into your organization. Y'all see I be giving y'all a lot of information. That's why my programs are typically a year long, because it's you know, I just met with one of our clients last week, one day before this weekend, and she came to the office. This is her 2nd year in our coaching program, and like she was in there like in tears, like, oh my God. She was like, wow. She was like, oh my God. I was like, what's wrong? She was like, I just got it. I got it. She was like, I'm relocating my office, like just an epiphany she had. And she was like, oh my God. I was like, what did I tell you when you first started last year? She was like, you told me it's gonna probably take me about a year for everything to start coming together. It's just the way it is, y'all. So it's not even a scheme. You have to build on a good foundation in order to get to where you're going. It's not a sprint. What you all are doing is not a sprint, it's a marathon. Okay? So those are the 5 P's of marketing. Why position? Because it don't matter how your landing pages look, your logos, you got the coldest website, you done went to Fiverr and they done did the doggone thing, you got the domain, you got the right color scheme. See, we get caught up in all this stuff here. You know, you want the font to be right, you got your banners and all that, but you ain't properly positioned, so you're not marketing. Because you don't have a consistent message. So we don't even know what you're saying and what you're talking about and what you're honing in on. So your positioning is more important than anything. The next P is your promotion. That's all you should be doing, is promoting your business. Promote. Like, you should be doing everything to get attention. And that's really hard for a lot of church people. Because a lot of church people, we're embedded and programmed to like assume this humble position.
Yes.
So you can't brag, and who said it was bragging? You know, I'm promoting. You know, some people not comfortable. Some people not like everything you see Ramonepreston, my big head everywhere. So, but here's the thing. I don't take it personal. You get what I'm saying? I don't take it personal. I literally, at least for me, I've tricked myself. It wasn't hard for me to do, but maybe this is an exercise you could do. The reason why Ramonepreston as a business, Ramonepreston as a brand, is the RP, all that is everything, that's all I talk about. Some people who don't understand business thinks, oh, God, he just always talking about himself and blah, blah, blah. I've loaned my likeness to that business.
That's good.
That business pays me to use my image and my name. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not taking it personal. See, you have a problem using your name and big, I don't want to, I just want to be humble and, I don't want my left hand no child boo. I'm back to that reset. I'm committed to success. I'm not concerned about how people see me and how people feel. Well, that's your problem.
Yeah.
Because if JP Morgan called you and said, hey, listen, we're going to pay you $100 million a year to be our brand ambassador and our CEO. But here's the thing. You got to become Miss JP Morgan. Shh, what a sign. Everywhere I go, how you doing? I'm doing good. Who are you? I'm Mr. JP Morgan. You wouldn't have a problem doing it for somebody else, but you won't do it for your own company. You get what I'm saying? Ramonepreston Enterprises LLC pays me to use my name, pays me to be their brand ambassador, pays me to use my image and my likeness and my personality, and shoot, they pay me good. She makes sure I get paid good. I'm gonna show up for them. It's not personal, and that's how you gotta see it. You gotta separate yourself from that and all your little personal feelings about promotion. I'm not promoting me because Ramonepreston, I'm a prophet. All you prophets know, we don't even want to be bothered with people. We literally have to clock in to deal with people. Like we literally have to. You have no idea how we sit in the bathroom before we go out to preaching. Come on now.
Yes.
That's how we be. And then we come out the bathroom. Hey, how are you? Just because we be in our own little world. My personal sister, she laugh at me all the time because she know every morning I sit in the dark for like 30 minutes. And it's weird stuff. But hey, that's what we want to do. And every once in a while, we come back to earth and we deal with you humans. We just want to live in the glory, y'all. Listen. That's all we want to do. I already know it. Yes. Prophetic people, that's all we want to do. Pray in the Holy Ghost, prophesy, lay hands, have a little church. That's all we want to do. And come down to earth every once in a while. But I don't take it personal, so I detach myself personally because that company hires me to show up. So I'm like, y'all pay me, I'm showing up. You want me to wear the same blue suit every day? Fine. My wife was like, honey, you gotta stop wearing these same black shirts. Guess what? Can I wear white? Whatever y'all want me to do, I'm gonna do. Just fix that money. And you should always say it for your business.
No.
Yeah. Around here all extra humble, and it's really not humility. No. It's false humility.
You said that one time.
It's false humility. False humility false humility is really sneaky pride.
Wow.
That's good.
False humility is sneaky pride. Whoa. Right? Because you know you're important, you just don't want people to know you're important. But you know you are. So I know I'm important. I know I'm valuable. And the truth is, we talked about this in one of our last workshops. Some of you need to, I'm that type of person. I want to be needed. Because I've always needed people. When I was coming up, being raised the way we was raised, we needed help. We was poor. Being strung out on drugs and being incarcerated and living, man, when you come from that kind of stuff, it's like, man, I needed people. I needed help. I couldn't get out of that stuff I was in. I really needed help. And now that I've come out of that, I want to be needed. I'm glad my family need me. I'm glad my kids need me. I love that because it shows me accomplishment. So I'm not gonna dummy down and downplay myself because of what other people might. I work for a company. I'm supposed to be this. So you work for companies and you wear their little shirts and uniforms and you show up with pride every day. well, you gotta do that for you. Amen. That's a good amen right there. So you got position, you got promotion, and then the next one is what? Product. You gotta figure out what your products are. You gotta have a minimum viable product. You gotta have something you can just go all in with, that one thing. And I don't care if it's made up of all the 18 things that you do, but create that hybrid and find something that you can say, wow, this is the iPhone of whatever I do. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. For Jeff Bezos, it wasn't, you know, it wasn't the more cheap behind cables that tear up in 2 days, you know, or the phone holders that break. No, for Jeff Bezos initially it was books. So he's the book guy. Like, that's who I am, the book guy. So you just gotta figure out who am I, and what is the one thing I want to get out there and be? That's the product. I'm going all in with that. Then we'll figure everything else out after that. That's the product. And then the purchase. The purchase is I've got to be able to get people to buy in to me. And the purchase, again, we can't go real deep in these concepts, but the purchase is not just a monetary purchase. Sometimes people are buying into you with their time, with their eyes and their ears. So now I gotta be consistent in my messaging and my communication enough, particularly on social media and platforms like that, until people are bought into, hey, I wanna listen to you. You got something to say. That's the purchase. So there's a purchase before the purchase. Because none of us buy something just because we wanted it. We bought it. We bought it because we already bought it. You know what I mean? Like, you already bought it before you bought it. You knew you wanted something, you just needed to see it, and when you saw it, it's like, oh yeah, I'm getting that. You know what I mean? You go to the grocery store all the time, and it's like, you leave there with, you go there to buy one thing, and you leave with a basket full of stuff. So the purchases get easier after the one, right? This is consumer behavior. So you go to Publix, you like, okay, I just need some lotion. But then when you walk in the door, oh, strawberries 2 for $5. Let me go get a basket. Then they got the little juicy juices, and then donuts on sale, and then, oh, bananas, and oh my God. And by the time you get to, oh, I do need some mints too. Oh, I think you said something about batteries. Every purchase after the first one you made in your mind got easier. But somebody had to get your attention for the lotion. And that's what you gotta do. That's the purchase. And then the practice. The practice is creating consistent game plan on a day-to-day basis that you can keep showing up. Showing up. You keep showing up on social media. You keep showing up in circles and environments and circles and places where you can be recognized, where you can get attention and awareness at some point that will turn into a business transaction. Even if not for a profit, it will be a business transaction for a purpose. Because guess what? Don't matter. I mean, it does matter to me, but just to get my point across with the practice, whether you buy something from me or not, I appreciate the purchase you already made. Thank you. You didn't have to make that purchase. Your time, your gas, your energy, your brain space, your attention, you bought so many things from me. So of course it makes it easier for you to continue to build that relationship with me, but in the event that never happens, this transaction was for a bigger purpose, even if it wasn't for a personal profit. That's how you have to move, because it's only a certain amount of time, and it's only so many exchanges you're gonna make in the marketplace that will be for a purpose until they start converting into a profit. It's just simple math. It's just simple math, right? I took that same concept when we planted that church. We was in that apartment complex. I told y'all that last night. Hey, my name is Ramonepreston. Slam the door. Hey, I don't believe in God. All right, God bless you. I'm a Muslim. I'm Yahweh ben Yahweh. I'm a Jehovah's Witness. I believe in Confucius. Somebody drunk, high. Come on in, dog. Come in. There you go. It's only a certain amount of time. Somebody was like, come on in. We went in there. I understand, no, dog. We'll be at the clubhouse on Sunday. Come holler at me. You know what I mean? Y'all seen Jason come in earlier from last night? See there, you just gotta keep showing up. It's practice. You just gotta keep showing up. You gotta keep giving the world everything you got and not hold that back. That's your marketing. Sales, let me give it to you real quick and we'll take a quick break. Man, y'all getting a lot of game today. I hope y'all are enjoying this. This is a 5-step sales process. And again, this is how your business should be. So I go to social media, I'm on YouTube Live, we sharing information. I show up on the show every day. I don't care if it's one person watching, it don't matter. I don't care. I do business the same way I used to preach. I used to preach to nobody. My precious wife in the corner, and I'm just going in, I can't hear nobody. Y'all ain't talking back to me. Got a whole sermon for 2 people, right? Hey, it is what it is. Because I see 20,000. You know what I mean? Somebody's got to get it. One person's going to get it. You know, I see that guy in the jail cell in Macedonia. So that's how you got to see your business. I call it the 99-to-1 ratio, right? So maybe I got to pass through 99 just to get that 1, but that's cool. At least I know what the number is. So when I'm on 57, I'm like, hey, I'm almost there. Let me get to 99. And then bam, you get that 1 opportunity. You get that 1 business deal. Okay? So what was my last point? Social media. You go on there, you go live. I'm marketing. I'm more so marketing than I'm selling, because your marketing needs to be senior to your selling. You can't sell nothing if you don't market. So marketing is senior because okay, I gotta get attention. Yeah, and then once I get attention, what is the process I'm walking people through? So if I start listening to Miss Out There, if I start listening to Harmonita, if I start listening to Marquita, if I start listening to you, paying attention to you, at some point, I'm bought in, but that marketing got me, but now you need to have a professional process to bring me into your ecosystem so that we can do business together. That's where your sales process is, okay? So the first one is greeting. The second one is fact finding. I'm giving y'all a lot of free stuff right now. Number 3 is the demo. Number 4 is the close. And number 5 is the follow-up. So we teach all these things, by the way. So you got marketing, that's your marketing process you gotta have put together, and then that's your sales process. So you need a process, because if I connect with you or come into contact with you, then you need to be able to have something to walk me through. The greeting, what is that greeting? You know, there are certain questions that you want to ask. There are certain value propositions you want to communicate. So there are certain things you want to be able to say in that greeting to let me know, oh, this may be something I'm looking for. And then once we start conversing, whether it's here, whether it's over the phone, whether it's via email, whether it's at an event, then fact finding. I've got to ask qualifying questions to see to it that you are actually a potential client, that we can do business. Because not all money is good money. It's just not. And that's really true. There's some business I'm just not doing with certain people. They extra, demanding, obnoxious, just idiots. So it's like, I don't want to deal with people like that, because I'm not that person. I want to treat people with respect. And when you give a presentation of what you provide, I need to be professional enough and have enough dignity to respect it, whether I decline it or not, but not to just be obnoxious to you because I feel like I'm entitled. But you've got to set that standard, fact find, and then demo. You've got to be able to give a clear demonstration of what your minimum valuable product is. You've got to be able to communicate. You've got to be clear on what it is that you do and what you do well. And then close. The close is you got to be willing to ask people to do business with you. I don't know if you caught it, but one of the first things I said during the introduction is my intention is to do business with you. So I'm not waiting to get you at the back end and be like, gotcha. I'm telling you now, I want to do business with you. You don't want to do business with me, I respect it, but I'm just telling you, our relationship is going to be a relationship where we're doing stuff together. Because I don't want relationships with people where we're not doing nothing. I just don't have time for that. And you shouldn't either. There are enough people in that line that want you to goof off. Don't join the line. And so you give your demonstration, you close in the event. Because trust me, all of y'all know, if you've given me your email or your number, you probably tired of seeing emails come through your inbox. Because I'm gonna send emails. I'm gonna text you. We gonna call you. We gonna beat the break. I don't care if you don't want it. I'm sold on me. I know what it's gonna do to help you. I don't need you to be sold. That's my job. At some point, you're gonna be like, you know what? I need that right there. I know. I want to be first in mind when you think about a holding company. I want to be first in mind when you think about a trust. I want to be first in mind when you think about building the infrastructure, marketing, sales. I want to be first in mind. I want you to think about that prophet, that man of God. And in order for me to do it, I can't let myself make the decision for you by saying, I don't want to do it. I don't want to be too pushy. I'm not being too pushy. Because again, if somebody comes to that altar and they say they need prayer, they want to be saved, I don't want to be too pushy for them to say this after me. What you mean? Repeat, lift those hands. Open up your mouth. Give God some glory. You know, we real pushy as preachers. We make people do stuff. But you need to use that in business. So those are the 5 steps to follow up. You don't do a business transaction at that time, and there's no transaction between your services and products and their money. You follow up. You be a professional. I always tell my team, and I say this to all of my students and clients too, especially when it comes to sales, start practicing and start picking up those scam likely calls from time to time. just to hear their little spiel. Just to see how, you know what I mean? And just to show you where people are. You hear everybody in the background. Hi, is this Ramon? Yeah, this is Ramon. Hey, Ramon, this is Tom from the Enterprise. We're just calling in like 30 seconds later. I'm like, dog, you need to slow down. You need to have a better prop. You get what I'm saying? Just to kind of sharpen yourself up. You need to hear them. Because what you don't want to do is be against it because you're probably not sold yourself. So selling is very important because it's like you don't like sales. You don't like salespeople. Well, what you're doing is you're creating your own objections. Because now you don't like to do what you've seen people do to you. But you got to open yourself up. So that's one of the exercises I always tell people. Just listen to them sometime. When they through, no, I'm good, appreciate you. Yeah, but first, no, I'm straight, I'm good. And you'll see how many of them, when you say that, they'll hang up on it. Because they don't understand follow-up. They didn't do it all. They're not professionals. You want to be a professional. So we get a lot of people that tell us, take me off your list, we sick of your emails, don't call me no more, lose my number. Didn't I tell you no? Oh, we apologize. Sorry about that. However, you know we have an event next week. You need prayer? Yeah, we do ministry and marketplace. So somebody start going in on the business level, you need prayer. You need a word, everybody shot. Here's what I hear the Lord saying. We got something for you. You know what I mean? So you got to be able to, you build that into your business. Any questions on that? We're going to take a quick break. Was that good? Yeah. Real good? All right, come on. Wait a minute before we go on break. I need a little feedback. Give me one of the big takeaways you get.
One question.
Yeah, question right here.
All right, so I noticed like all the time of each other, right?
Yeah.
Let's say like promotion, right? You want to promotion, which can pretty much be like make profit business first. How do you deal with, let's say, if you have a certain level of make inadequacy as far as promotion, as far as putting yourself out there? How do you get past that? What kind of things you do?
One thing you could do is not concern yourself with it. Because you're gonna always look and feel goofy to you. Like you're never gonna be like, it's just unrealistic. But nobody sees you how you see it. So that's a part of like homiletics and bullshit preaching. For you to be comfortable, like that's why I build that muscle and I try to train our ministers and leaders the same way. Don't concern yourself. The only thing you're dealing with is what's in your own head. You think people looking at you crazy. You think you sound awkward. When the truth is, we're not even thinking about what you're thinking about. And here's what's even more important, or as equally important. You want people to have a genuine connection with you. So you go to my social media pages and you see videos. Most of the time, I'm playing Christian trap music. Because I'm just a trapper. That guy say, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still a thug, right? Is like, there's an anointing on Christian trap music for me. You know, I have my holy and holy moments, but that trap music is what, that get me, that put me in my zone. But my hat, I got my Gucci hat on backwards, my Next Level shirt on. I'm chilling. But guess what? That's me. Nobody don't have to like me. I love me. And you ain't gonna never hate me as much as I've hated me.
I know that's
You'll never hate me as much as I hated me. So I love me. So it doesn't matter if I got something in my nose. You know, I'm missing some teeth. You know what I'm saying? Don't always shave. Whatever. I'm still me. And so you can't put on this front to try to be, because that's what we get stuck in. Who do I need to give the world? You. Whoever you is, that's who we want to do business with. You get what I'm saying? So you're not gonna get around me and get some other version of me. I'm gonna be respectful. We're having a business session with you and we're doing things in that context, but for the most part, that's how you get past it. Especially when it comes to promoting. You grab that phone, right? And you click video, record, or you go live, and you just turn that phone and be like, I don't even know what I'm gonna talk about. But hey, y'all, you gotta do it. Repetition is the law of remembrance. So promoting is about giving the world access to you. That's what promoting is. I'm gonna promote me. David Young. Hey, it's your boy, David Young. I'm here. Don't know what I'm gonna say right now, but I'm here. If you like to smile, drop something in the comments. It's just about engaging people, because you're gonna find people who appreciate you. So the promotion part. And by the way, all those marketing steps, the position, the promotion, the product, the purchase, and the practice, all of those could at any point synchronize with those 5 steps. So, which means I could just be positioned in the marketplace and people may want to just do business with me because they feel like, you know what, you're the guy. So we go to the sales process. All right, well good, nice to meet you. All right, let me ask you a few questions. So I'm fact finding, right? Let me ask you a few questions. First of all, do you have a business? Do you own a business? Is it an LLC? So I'm gonna ask my questions. Okay, well, based on what you just said, here's the product, here's the program, here's the services that we provide. So have you heard enough to make a decision today? Well, no, I ain't gonna. We go through a series of questions, see if we can make a deal. If we can't, all right, well, I'll send you an email or follow up. I can do that with promotion. If I'm on social media or Facebook and somebody responds. So any one of those marketing steps, if anybody engages you, you don't just stay in there and be like, oh, I gotta wait till I get to the practice. It ain't like a synchronized. It's just, if I'm promoting and I get attention and somebody wants to know more about my business, I start the process. The sales process is something that you start all the time. Which, by the way, most of you that go to events and get around people and be on the phone with people, you're in their sales process and you don't even know it. You go into certain places, and I said, it's just different communities you go to. Hey, what's your name? Oh, my name is Randy. Hey, Randy, nice to meet you, man. Good. All right. So what do you do? Oh, wow, great. So how long have you been doing it? Right. So what else do you do? So that person is walking you through a process in their head. You don't know because you haven't done the math or the due diligence and the work to become that professional, but they already, trying to sell it. Yeah. All right, any other questions? Give me some feedback. Take away. Anybody, come on, right there. Uh-huh. Miss Clancy. Yeah, she back there eating popcorn. I got a question. You good? What's the question?
No, trust. I wasn't aware of it being
Irrevocable and
Yes.
revocable. Yeah,
different types of trust, rather.
yeah.
So that was a big takeaway for me.
Okay, good. The trust. All right, profit.
Another takeaway that I like was being practitioner and consultant.
Yeah.
And me being in the IT industry, you know, I think that's a red ocean because everyone,
Yeah.
it's such a saturated market, and so you kind of differentiate yourself with, yeah, you can get someone to do this a dime a dozen. You can go to India and get someone to do this.
Right.
You can go to Japan, you can go any other place on the globe to get someone to do the same services. But what differentiates you is the ability to consult, because you have to sell your competitive edge all
That's
the time to stay relevant and to stay up with the speed of technology, which is accelerating faster than anybody else. So, you know, I like the fact that you said, yes, we practice, I work a full-time job, but I also consult full-time as well. And that keeps me ahead of a lot of people
That's
because I
good.
do both.
Yeah, that's good. Perfect positioning.
Yeah.
Any other takeaways? You got some takeaways over there, woman of God?
I did, actually.
did?
The breakdown that you did on the holding company,
Yeah.
it's always seemed so big that it was like, yeah, I'm not gonna try and figure it out, but the way you broke it down made it relatable and, you know, not too big, you know, the way you explained it just made it make sense.
That's
To where it's, why don't people tell, I mean, I know why they don't tell people how to do it,
Right.
because they don't want, you know.
Exactly.
But it's just the, you know, how simplistic you were able to break it down and make it make sense. That was a huge takeaway for me.
That's good. Thank you. Any other takeaways?
I like the, basically, the never give up. For every no, we supposed to say yes.
Yeah.
And that really pretty much sum it up. Don't give up.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's good. That's it. Cause you're not fighting against the no's. It's not even real. You're moving towards your potential. You're obligated to your success, and nothing in between can deter you from that when you have that. That's why the reset and the goal set was so important, because you see your North Star. You see yourself on that island. You see yourself with these facilities. You see yourself with these things, and you know this has to happen in order for you to get there. And you're just resilient. So that's good. Thank you. Yes. You had takeaway? Yeah.
The biggest takeaway I had was, similar to Prophet's about the positioning yourself and realizing that I'm actually more marketable than I thought I was. Because I have like over 10 years experience in call center customer service, where every job that I've worked at a call center, I've always been a top performer as far as like following the script.
Right.
And I'm like, why don't I just do that myself as a consultant and make customer service one of our divisions where I can help other companies like create a script.
Talk back to me.
So,
Come on.
yeah, so I appreciate,
Consultant.
yes, that being a light bulb moment for me.
That's good. That's exactly what you should do. Your core competencies.
Right.
So you have to filter. That's one of the steps in our AD process. Filtering and forming your products and services. And the way you filter and form them is by taking your ideas, taking your core competencies, filtering them, and forming them into products or services that make sense, because now you've taken the things that you're competent and strong in, and you've built a business around it. And it gives you more confidence.
Right.
Because your competency produces the confidence. A lot of times we don't have a lot of confidence when we market and sell ourselves, because we're not competent in the thing we want to sell or want to do, but that's really not a direct reflection of our core competencies. So it's not that we can't get there, but we just need to go through a couple steps and cycles to get there. So I think that's good. You got a question on online? All right. Let's see what this. It's a question. Okay, do you sell your products through your holding company or through the individual company? How does it work? Every product, our coaching and our consulting and our training, Ramonepreston University, our coaching program, our Millionaire Blueprint, most of those programs, pretty much all the programs that we sell is actually through our holding company. So if you're on any of our programs that have an extended period to them, like a 1-year coaching or 1-year training, you're probably going to get an agreement, and in that agreement is going to say Ramonepreston Enterprises LLC. So that's the legal agreement that you're going to be in with that company. So again, our coaching division, our consulting division, our training division, they're all legally divisions. They're just departments under our company. But again, I don't need 8 different businesses. You know, we got this coaching business that's separate from Ramonepreston Enterprise. We got this consulting business. We got this training. You don't think about Ramonepreston University or the Millionaire Blueprint or a Millionaire mentorship program or the business incubator. To me, in my mind, those are all products just on different aisles in my store. So it's still just one store, Ramonepreston Enterprise. So that's how I look at my inventory. With the exception of our real estate company, it's a separate LLC. So there's business being done in that capacity. That's gonna be through that entity. Yeah, so we sell everything through that company. So our books, if you go buy one of my books on Amazon, what is it? KPD, Kindle Publishing, when they send that royalty in 3 months, it's gonna come to Ramonepreston Enterprises. So anything you buy from us is gonna be Ramonepreston Enterprises. Any invoice you get, any receipt you get is gonna be Ramonepreston Enterprises. Because it's one company. All those are just aisles in that store. And that's how yours should be. They're just aisles to me. But again, I'm a business consultant, so it's easy for me to say that, but you gotta just move in that direction and wrap your mind around that too. They're aisles. This is inventory that I got in my stock, and when I need to pull something out, or when I'm doing some research and development, come up with something else, I move something off the aisle that I ain't selling, and I put something new there. Or like Kroger, I go to a little 10 for 10. A little 10 for 10 deal. Okay, any other feedback, any big takeaways? Yes, ma'am.
I have a takeaway. The false humility, the sneaky pride. I didn't like that, but
False humility.
yeah, because I have a hard time. I can promote anybody because of, you know what I do. I don't have a problem promoting, but when it comes to Althea, if it comes to something, real estate or the house, I have a hard time promoting me. So when you said sneaky pride,
It is.
I'm still trying to process that.
It's just a matter of checking those 5 boxes that we talked about initially. Spiritually, you're a spiritual being. You have an earthly experience. You're fearfully and wonderfully made. You got all of God in you. You're a king. You're a queen. You're a priest. You're the head and not the tail. So there's so many spiritual components to your being that speaks only the best of you. Mentally, most of the time, the spiritual is mental and it's emotional because of what we've been through in our lives. That we've been forced to make sense of a lower version of ourselves. So we're not even thinking in a spiritual dimension when it comes to who we are. Even in John 3, like scripture, but John 3, Jesus talks about how he that is from above thinks from above. He was speaking of himself and his divinity, but because we've been so depressed, oppressed, beat down, programmed, we cannot think of ourselves from that higher dimension. because we see ourselves so much on a human level, compacted with what we've been through, depending on our environmental circumstances, depending on our mental and emotional circumstances, our spiritual circumstances, and again, even in the faith community, a lot of faith leaders have programmed people of faith to lower themselves to a place of what seems to be humility, but it's not humility. It's really not humility. It's not a humility issue that we're having. The issue that we're having is we don't see ourselves as spiritual beings. We do not see ourselves as kings and queens. We do not see ourselves as leaders and world changers. We do not see ourselves depicted as the characters our ancestors are in that Bible. And again, that's a spiritual reset, it's a mental, it's an emotional reset that we have to go through, because there's nothing wrong with Althea talking about Althea. You know, there's an old saying, I pity the frog that won't praise his paw. You get what I'm saying? Like, nobody else is gonna promote you. Nobody else is going to uplift you. And so we've got to detach ourselves spiritually, mentally, and emotionally from the bad data and the bad experiences that we have had that has convinced us to make sense of a lower position. Because that's not how God sees us. Like, it's so weird to me to even think about how people in the Bible, particularly in the Old Testament, walk the earth. If we could just see, and I ain't talking about these little goofy movies we done seen. I'm talking about like you ever seen the movie 300? You seen, what was that last king, the king of, what was it? The big black guy with all the gold and the earring. Like, these people walked around as beasts. Like, they were like real ballers. They were like the guys riding up in the Rolls Royce, jumping out of jets, and you know, and it's like we have this stigma because of how we've been programmed. But you just have to detach yourself from that and be who you are. You can't unbe you. That's who you are. You're a great person. You're successful. And most of you all that I had similar conversations with, I've said it so many times that, like, you got the personality, like what you just said. I'm like, you and your husband, sweetest couple, beautiful couple, personalities. I'm like, when I see y'all, I'm like, shh, man. Like, if we saw both of y'all like on a camera, you're the type of people, you have those personalities that when we look at you, you make us smile. Like, yeah, right. Because we're in it. You don't see yourself that, but that's who you are. You got that thing. And then you're anointed, and you called, you gifted, you got revelation, all this other stuff. We should be like, wait, because there's a lot of people out there on social media that's like that now, and they ain't got no oil. They ain't anointed. They ain't got no power. They talking good, but they ain't no oil there. And then we got all this leverage. We got all this leverage. I'm telling you, and we can give business principles and hoop a little bit at the same time. Like, don't you know the advantage you got in this world? Like, I be around billionaires and multimillionaires every time I'm back and forth in Miami, right? And I be in that room thinking to myself, I'm more anointed than most y'all in here. Some of y'all ain't got no oil. You get what I'm saying? Yes. I remember one of the first visits I took down there, I was telling y'all, I told them, I said, I'm gonna be in front of that room when I go. They was like, oh my God, please don't go down and embarrass us. I'm like, shoot, I done paid all this money, I'm getting in front of that room. Because I know who I am. I know I'm anointed. and I'm around all these worldly people, I'm thinking, they ain't got nothing on me.
Right.
Man, I will cast out the devil in this room. Man, I will lay hands on y'all. Man, I will prophesy to this dude. You get what I'm saying? I'm thinking, do y'all know how we be moving in church services? And now they got me in a business setting, and they're dry. What they're saying is intellectual. It's tickling your cognitive capacity, but I got something to get down in your spirit and have you shout. I went down there the first day. I went there. Everybody who was important, I walked up to them. Hey, how are you? Because see, you got to be that person. Because that's who you really are. It's crazy. Like, I come from the street, so I don't get the things that church people get. But I be standing in worship sometime reading the lyrics and stuff. I'm like, I am who you say I am. You've given me confidence, undefeated. And I be listening to that like, you doggone right I got that. Right. Yeah, I'm like, wow. Right. We got all that, and we're not using it that way. So you're fearfully and wonderfully made. You can step in any room. You get what I'm saying? Althea, she came the first time she came in April, and every restaurant we went into was like everybody knew us. And she was like, oh my God, what have you all done here? I'm like, Buckhead, our city. We run this city. We're anointed. We're gatekeepers. See, we got a revelation. We determine and dictate what comes in and out of this city, even if they don't know it. Right. We got that dominion. Just because it don't look like it, God sends people in territories for that. So that's how we go in those restaurants. You better know who we are, because we might be the ones keeping this open. Come on now. Yeah. Because this is not economic, it's spiritual. You get what I'm saying? We are. As Psalms 2 says, we are those saviors. We come into territories. We come into people groups. We've got dominion. Like, that stuff ain't just written for nothing. That stuff is real in us. But we got to be bold enough and courageous enough to pack those businesses with that anointing and go into that marketplace and just grind it out until it sticks. We got to do that. I hope I answered that. Any other questions or takeaways? We're going to start preaching now. Right. You know, the last meeting we had an altar call.
I like what you said about feeling needed. Yeah. When you were going through your dilemma and you going through your stuff, you needed someone. So to feel needed, that had something to offer.
Yeah.
It's good.
It really is.
Jesus promoted himself also.
That's right.
The bread of life from the tree that comes from
Preach.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. Come on.
So, and about investing in yourself.
Yeah.
This personal value.
Yeah.
Because you can only be needed when you first invest in yourself. Let's go on once said you don't need out of life what you want to get what you are.
Come on.
So,
That's so good. Yeah, you have to invest in yourself. And it's very critical. And I'd be the first one to say, even on a see, a lot of my mentorship started in ministry. I didn't understand, you know, back when we started 19 years ago, we didn't have like the internet. You know, we might have had like Carlton sheets. You know, we used to have these little webinar people come in, you know, and they trying to just sell you stuff. We had those little gurus, but it wasn't a lot of prophetic environments, biblical-based environments that were teaching the things of God, not just in ministry, but in the marketplace. So we had to be able to go into these secular circles, and you know, every once in a while, you get somebody to say something about God, and you like, amen, praise the Lord, we got a Christian in here. It's just weird, like everybody in there was just like worldly people, just all they thinking about is business and the world. And we understood it. And so once we started really building our business and doing what we knew God had called us to do, we saw how important it was for us to really promote it. You get what I'm saying? So I think we all need to be those types of ambassadors. So, thank you for that takeaway. You had a takeaway? You good? You get it in?
Yes. You know, it's like, what you do, but when I heard you just fed me a little more.
Yeah,
So I'm learning that.
that's good, that's good. All right. So we're gonna just take maybe like 5 minutes or so, because I know we've just pushed the time. That's what happens. Like, I can do this for like 12 hours straight, so we'll just take a few minutes. I wanna respect your time. It's 3:38. And so we'll just take a quick bathroom break, and, we'll take the last few minutes to just cover that last page to make sure that you all, get your thorough training. Oh, yeah.
I did my knee on and checked up on her. I said, I told her. On my way to Chicago, I said, where are you at? I said, child, I'm not there. She sees some yeah. And I'm like, okay. And I told her, she said, oh my God. She said, oh you step out like that. Oh, I know. And then my cousin just closed the house. Yeah, in Clemens something. Cummins. And I saw him that he had just closed on the house. So I asked him if it was the deal she had told me about. So I'm thinking, that was something from my daughter. Because she's a nurse and she didn't do anything. So their life is driving. So I'm like, then my other one said, well, this is nothing but God talking to the seven. And then his dad, he called me and he said, my son, that he was talking about, he said, because this is his birthday. And I know he called me first. 38. 38. And I said, well, he looking good. He's not married. Not at all. Yeah. No kids. He listen, he really just confirmed me because I know he gotta call me. I ain't gonna say if he ever, when he get right. Oh, don't check it. Oh. But like that, see it? Yeah. I see people check. I ain't just school with all these He's on. Well, he has to sign up. Yeah, you have to be. There's a process, and he So y'all do it together then?
You have a leader. Yeah. And it's very motivating, very much motivating. It's a mindset change. Right. And then if I need
Oh, they all gone. This is a whole new group. Wow. So we gotta get back, right? Wow.
It's over there. It was charging. You have a computer?
Yeah.
It was charging.
Oh, I saw it.
You did?
I saw that thing.
Wow.
Here.
In my neck. Yeah, right here.
That's a lot, 'cause I was good in your first 10, that's when you really see it.
But here's the thing, if people, I hate
And see,
And I
that's how
did.
I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I am.
And then, so when I get here, I almost cried. I never let myself do that. But,
Well, I do that right.
you like that white boy? Yeah.
How do you have a white
How was it? How was it made?
It was Floyd.
Oh, you like it?
It was Floyd.
Yeah. Oh, you remember?
Yeah.
What you doing? Waiting on something. He gonna bring you up at 4. What time did you been some pick up?
Oh,
He just texted me and asked me, is everybody
oh, where you at?
I'm like, we're about to wrap things up maybe 4
Yeah.
15 hours.
Yeah. He gonna
Okay,
come pick up.
appreciate it.
Y'all got your shirts, leave your shirts in
I think that's him.
Okay, when?
in the back of my truck, he dropped my truck.
Okay. So you just let me know so I can go with you. To go get it. You so ask that day, you ask them what's happening. So how do you like it? I mean, there's a lot of, right, what type of business?
So I think I have to get a clear brand. So this is good for me. So I have a property management company. So I do short-term and long-term rentals. That's one LLC. And then I want to start a nonprofit in my late husband's honor. So I think I'm probably going to start working on that like ASAP. I do homes industry myself. I do public notary and I do insurance also. Also streamline So I think you need to do, yeah, so I have two LLCs, I have S&C Ventures, which I was thinking along the lines of that being like a parent company or a holding company, but it's not set up that way, but that's kind of what I was thinking.
So y'all been enjoying yourself so far?
That was good information.
A lot of information, isn't it?
Management should not be under the
Yep, a lot of information, lot to learn,
that's technically what I have. I
lot
just have to restructure
lot to do, but guess what, it's doable,
as
it's
a
doable.
holding company.
So here's what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just take a few moments, cause we'll be sticking around just, after we get finished with this segment. I know we have, a few people that's been on our, Facebook, YouTube live, and we have, people that's been, streaming live through our, portal. So I wanna make sure that I at least do my due diligence and take you all the way through the end. And, whatever questions you might have, once we, conclude this final segment, I'll stick around to, answer any of those questions. Any of you that are interested in any of our programs, I'll be more than happy to give you more information on it. We actually have those, programs on the pages in the back for our Millionaire Blueprint, our online training program, our mentorship program, which is our coaching, and our other 3 programs that are more premium consulting, certification, and licensing programs. So I want to at least take a few moments to cover the deep dive segment of this mastermind. And this deep dive is essentially built around what we call our 80 process. It's a 5-step process. We actually have a self-assessment with this process on our virtual program, our Millionaire Blueprint. It's the same similar process that if we are consulting and coaching you as a client, that we will walk you through. And we start all of our programs with our clients with this assessment, because it's literally a deep dive. It's how we build an infrastructure to set the trajectory for where you want to go. And so that process, we call it the 80. It's AIDIE, and the acronym is these 5 words: assess, identify, develop, integrate, and execute. So it kind of gives you a simulation of how a coaching session would be, how a consulting session would be, and even if you're on our online training program, this assessment is more of a self-assessment on that, but it gives you a simulation of how that process looks to help you build this out. All these principles and concepts that we've talked about, they take time for you to build them into your infrastructure, and more importantly than just taking time, concepts and principles are things that you have to learn, and then you have to integrate them into your life. They have to be embedded so that the nomenclature, the nuances, the language, you gotta get familiar with. So anything that you do in your craft. So those of you that have businesses or ministries, okay, there are certain things that you do in your craft that you're good at. So our example of Joe the plumber. Joe is gonna continue to get better at plumbing, right? You know, there are new pipes that come into the market. There are new screws, new equipment that's used. They go from porcelain toilets, you know, to different types of toilets. Well, you're gonna continue to grow and get good at your craft, but you always have to make sure that you are continuing to grow in your business and financial acumen. Because if you're just good at what you do, but you're not good and growing at building a business and understanding not just the business side of it, but the financial side of it, your business is not gonna grow. Or if it grows, it's going to collapse because your infrastructure is not solid and sustainable. So the role that people like me play and our company play in your life as an individual, as an entrepreneur, as an organizational leader is the business and the financial role, to make sure that whatever it is that you do, that you're good at doing. We're not good at doing what you do. but you have to have people who are good at helping you take what you're good at doing, put it in the infrastructure, and build around that with the right systems and the right processes. Running a business, building a business, growing a business. And again, if you're beyond $1 million, then you can teach me a thing or two. If you're not, I'm gonna teach you a thing or two. And one thing I do know, it's one of the hardest things that I've done. And trust me, all the things that I'm sharing with you are the things that I've had to learn and figure out. And even to their point earlier, you're gonna pay at some point. So whether you pay to play now or pay to play later, you're gonna pay. Like, there's just no way you're not gonna pay to get the type of information and the type of support that you're gonna need. So I'm just one of those individuals who is just not ashamed to put it right in front of you and to give you the options and the opportunity to make those decisions, so that whenever that time comes, whether it's now or at some point, you're able to make an educated, clear decision, or at least be aware when you start feeling that friction and you start feeling like things are just grinding and not moving. You'll at least be aware that this is why it's not happening. Because it's not necessarily with your products and services. Some of the greatest products and services that I have encountered in business are from people who just come out of obscurity, but they don't have any business acumen. They don't have any financial intelligence. They don't have any systems. And they're just still out there scrapping right now. Just out there just scrapping, trying to figure it out because they have not invested in that type of infrastructure. Like all of these buildings that you see, these buildings are like businesses. None of these buildings will exist if you didn't have environmentalists, if you didn't have architects, if you didn't have engineers, people that have been able to come in and to create an infrastructure so that when the brick masons and the contractors and the drywall specialists and the electricians come in, that you're building it. And that's how your business needs to be. So this 5-step process is what we're using for our deep dive in this last segment, but it's the process that consultants like me walk you through to help you build an infrastructure. So the first thing is always with an assessment. And so what are we primarily assessing? We're assessing your personal, your professional, and your financial goals. So I don't work with any clients, and you shouldn't work with any clients, especially if you're in the business and financial space, because you're not. You should at least be able to find and align yourself with people who can help you assess your personal, professional, and financial goals. And so that's one of the first steps in your deep dive. We want to make sure that you know what you want, what you need, as we talked about in our goal setting segment, and we want to make sure that you can qualify it and quantify it, and whatever that is. So I sit down with clients all the time and we ask these initial questions, and we get everything from, I want an island, to, you know what, I just want to sit on the beach and know I'm making money. That's fine. How you get there, what type of infrastructure, what type of systems and processes, that's what it's all about. It's not about you compromising your dreams. It's not about you not doing what you feel like, hey, this is what I want to do. I don't want to work. Well, that's cool. You don't want to work. Well, what are the steps and what is the process that you need to get through and go through to get to a point where you don't have to work? I don't want to clock in for somebody, whatever it is. I want to be a real estate guru. I want to travel the world. What is it going to take to get there? This is where the assessment comes in. We want to see that, and we want to make sure that your personal goals, your professional goals, and financial goals are all in alignment, because that's going to have a lot to do with what you do in business. Okay? The next step in this deep dive is identify. So what are we identifying? This goes back to something that I covered earlier. We have to identify the 3 B's. Those are the most important things to identify. The business. So what type of business? Okay? Most of the times it's an LLC. If it's a business. In your case, man of God, of course, on the ministry side, it's a ministry. It's a nonprofit organization. It's a church. Okay? But in any event, it needs to be a business. So there's a lot of information that we teach on that, not just with regard to the holding company, even though we have a whole program and set of courses that we teach on the holding company, because once you file and form the paperwork, meaning that once you get your EIN, once you get your articles of organization, whether you've categorized it with your NAICS codes as a holding company or not, some of that is a hit or miss because some state portals don't even give you that option. So you're gonna still file your articles, but once you do that, and once you set up your bank account, and let's say even when you have your operating agreement in place for your holding company, what makes it a holding company then? What is the day-to-day operation of it? What are your duties? How are you gonna actually utilize that concept? You gotta learn it. You just have to learn the concepts and the principles and practices behind it. This is one of the reasons why we don't, as she said earlier, you don't hear a lot of people talking about it. And the people who know about it, exactly. And you probably can't even afford to pay for that information. Like I know, I'm here in Buckhead, our business right here, we're on the 10th floor. So it costs us over $100,000 a year to be in that building. And we know a lot of colleagues in this, right here in Buckhead, who are in the same space. You can't even set an appointment with them. They're not coaches, they don't coach. I mean, I was the same way. They had to force me to coach. Because as a consultant, you just don't want to get into those things that are totally different than consulting. We understand the difference. And most of them don't coach, most of them don't coach. And none of them are going to like just set an appointment for you because they deal with companies. He's a consultant in the IT space. You ain't spending time with JJ and Auntie them talking about what they want to do with their little internet browser.
No.
Probably ain't, I know he deals with companies. That money is not their issue.
No.
They tell you their problem, you give them the solution, and you send them an invoice if they don't wire it to you. Consultants don't have time for that. I'm just sharing this with y'all because the information that we're talking about, it's very hard for you to get enough to build a muscle for. But you want to identify with business. Once you identify with the business, you want to have your holding company. You want to have your divisions, your subsidiaries. That's how you want to set it up. So your divisions will be those things that are not volatile. Okay, as I said, your division should feel like to you items in your store. Just on aisle 1, 2, or 3. That's how it should be. That resonates with you over there. I see you responded like the second time on that. That was like, you caught that? Yeah, just items. Unless or until they potentially compromise the integrity of your holding company. Like for example, if you're doing real estate investing, there's no real estate investment you should be doing without an LLC. Every piece of real estate should be in the LLC, separate by the way. Nothing should be in the same LLC. And if you are managing that real estate, you should separate the management services from the LLC that holds the property.
Interesting. I never knew.
Yeah, because if your management services
Do something that
holds a liability, your
Oh.
property is at risk.
Yeah.
So everything has to be, but again, you need that holding company to be able to, you separate everything. You separate everything. So when you walk into Dunkin' Donuts or Starbucks, there's a different company that owns the logo. There's a different company that owns the brewing process. There's a different company that provides the coffee beans. There's a different company that provides the barista services. So when you go in there, you know, I'm gonna sue them. You ain't finna sue them. It's 1,000 of them.
Wow.
You cannot penetrate them. I'm finna sue somebody. No, you ain't. You're gonna take that hot $1,000 and go and get your business. You ain't finna sue nobody. These people ain't stupid, and you shouldn't be. Because trust me, you know what Biggie said? Some of you old schoolers, y'all been
More
to
money,
church
more
all your life.
problems.
More money, more problems. It's true. The more money you get, the more problems you're going, and guess what? You want more problems. Because that's what comes with more money. Good, bring it. So business, that's the first B. Brand identity. You have to decide what the brand is. I don't care how romantic you are with certain names and logos and depictions, so what? If it ain't creating a consistency in your brand, you gotta scrap it. So there's a reason behind why our holding company and our mountaintop company is Ramonepreston Enterprises. My wife owns 50% of it. I mean, truly 100%. Y'all guys know what I'm saying. She owns it. She runs the whole show. Yeah, lady, hey, it is what it is. I appreciate her. Cause we crazy. We just ruin everything. She like, no, dog, not on my watch. Hold this together. But the reason behind it was because we have to check those 3 B's. So we have a business, okay? We're gonna start a business. What is the brand identity of the business? So she didn't wanna be the brand. So what's the brand ambassador? Those are the 3 B's. So we was able to check the B's. Okay, Ramonepreston can be a business. Ramonepreston can be a brand. Ramonepreston can be the brand ambassador. So now I can trademark my logo, RP. I can trademark Ramonepreston as a name. So whether I associate enterprises with it, university, ministries, I got all that. Now it's trademark. So you can't, anybody see that use that RP or Ramonepreston for church, ministry, business, consulting, they getting sued. Or Ramonepreston can actually license that if it's that valuable. Because it's intellectual property now. It's an asset. It's legally mine. You get what I'm saying? So that's how you should build your business, with that B. And then when you have other subsidiaries, just like Next Level, we have NEX Level. That's a trademark, that's a brand under the banner of that brand. So if somebody used that for the church, if somebody used that for a ministry, for a business, for an apparel line, you getting sued. I'm suing you. Under the anointing. We're gonna pray about it, but we're finna get that bag though. I'm just playing. No, I'm suing you. Yeah, I got a Jewish lawyer. I got a Jewish lawyer, so we sue.
If you sound that noise, then you win.
I win it, right? Every one, I'm like, go use it. And I hope you make a ton of money. So this is how you identify business, brand ambassador. So if you are the brand and the brand ambassador, you gotta go ahead and accept that. Right? If it's you, your name, Enterprises, it's you. So as I said, Ramonepreston, I use enterprises, university, ministries, because I'm a preacher. So, but it's all still under the brand. So I don't have to choose, we finna change live ministries. You know what I mean? We finna do the doggone thing, LLC. It's all under Ramonepreston. Not dog, that's just you get what I'm saying? You gotta create consistency because you wanna go into the market and you wanna build something. Because the bigger of a brand you build, the better everything is gonna get. It's all branding. All your marketing and sales is gonna be branding. It's the biggest branding play you're gonna have. And a lot of people ain't gonna talk to you about what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, this is how you gonna throw chunk in a bloody ocean and do good. And it's only gonna get worse for entrepreneurs moving forward, by the way. It's only gonna, we're already in a recession. We're already in a recession. We hadn't gotten out from March of 2020. They just fluffing it up. It's all political. We're already in a recession. Inflation ain't never been uninflated. It's gonna continue to go up. Like, it's just the way it is. But the people who are going to get crushed and suffer the most are not the 29% who are making $32,000 or less. I've been in that category. A lot of us have, right? I've been in that category. You know you're poor. Because you qualify for benefits nobody else qualifies for. So you know you're poor. The people who are going to get crushed are the middle class, the 70%, who are poor but act like they're rich.
Oh, Jesus.
And most small businesses are middle class people. You have to shift it. I'm telling you, you gotta switch it up. You gotta get out of that. And this is the type of stuff that's gonna get you, you gotta get out of that. It's gonna be crushed. It's getting crushed. It's getting crushed. It's bad. Like, I talk to a lot of people, y'all. I know I'm from the hood, I be talking crazy, but we be around a lot of people and we get a lot of intel. It's not good in the marketplace. Economically, it's just not good. And this is not the time to go on recess. A recession, the root word is recess, right? It's not the time to go on recess. This is the time to, if you got some free cash, if you got some resources, push it to the middle of the table of your business and your baby, and get that courage, get around and stay around the right people, and move on it. You're gonna win if or when you do that. I told my wife that in 2008, we were not prepared for 2008. And we were in real estate right here in Atlanta. We were not prepared for that. Truth is, we didn't even know what was happening. You know, you just hear, oh, the markets are crashing and blah, 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 leaving markets. We don't know nothing about that stuff because we were not really informed on the wealth type of stuff. So we were just making six figures, middle class minded. We didn't know nothing about that. And until we woke up one day and realized, oh, wow, ain't nobody buying a house. Ain't nobody renting. Like most of the property management companies today, most of them were brokerage firms in 2007. Now everybody property management company. Now you can't even rent nowhere. You gotta go through this whole, back then, you can rent anywhere in 2007. You can rent anything. You find any agent will get you in any house for $500. Don't worry about it. They ain't running your credit. They ain't doing a background check. They taking them $65 and they cuffing up. So we had to pivot. We had to figure out how to pivot back then. And one of the things we said then in 2008 was, man, whenever that happens again or anything like it, we are not gonna be in that position. That was tough, man. It was hard. It was tough. And guess what? We're in a similar position. Because see, what happened in 2020, it got buffered through the PPPs and the EIDLs, you know, through a lot of programs. So it's kind of fluffy. So now we're coming around to, so I've talked to a lot of clients. So now the payments gonna start kicking in. You know what I'm saying? So some people going to jail for the PPPs, and the EIDLs gonna start paying them payments, and they hadn't built a business. They don't have the infrastructure. And then the market is changing because people don't necessarily need a lot of the things that we're providing or don't want. And so now how you position yourself, how you brand, that's why I brought all this up. You gotta be the brand. You gotta accept that. I am a brand. I'm a brand. I wanna be like Campbell Soup. I wanna be Johnson & Johnson. They did it. Johnson & Johnson is people. Campbell's are people. JP Morgan are people. JC Penney is a person. Publix, these are people. Kroger. Why can't it be you? You gotta accept it and lean into that thing and say, you know what? It is what it is. I am a brand, and we're gonna build it, and we're gonna be ambassadors for the kingdom of God through these vehicles that we're using. Amen. Okay? Then develop. The develop phase, a few things you can write down. Develop, you need to develop, number one, your position. So that would reflect like your consulting. Like all of you, no matter what you do, at some point should be consulting, coaching, and training people in your space. Imagine if you had your own version of a university, of an academy, of an institution, coaching. Who's to say it ain't people that don't want to do what you do and don't want what you got? Those should all be products and services that you sell outside of the thing that you do. Because the thing that you do is only going to take you so far. So when you become a master of the thing that you do and you're willing to repurpose that in a way that you can share it with the world and monetize it, that's how you're going to get the edge in the marketplace, at least in 2022. So develop position. Number two, develop purpose. And I'm talking about holding company level positioning, by the way. Purpose, and this is somewhat of a statement of purpose. And I'm not talking about the statement of purpose of the plumbing company. Oh, we fix toilets, you know, or we provide the best services to clients who are looking for, you know, we have these great statements. I'm talking about the statement of purpose for your holding company, which legally we know is structured as a holding company, but positionally for marketing and sales, based on that SMS matrix, it needs to be positioned as that consultant, that top tier, mountaintop entity that gives you the ability to let those juices flow on that expert level. So position, the second one is purpose, right? So you have to work on your purpose. And again, if you got divisions and subsidiaries, some of them may have different sets of purposes, but I would just focus in on that. I'm rushing right now, but if you could kind of envision, a lot of times when I go through this assessment with clients, we almost, especially when I have my boards, we start fleshing out what becomes a landing page. You see where I'm going with that? Like this what I'm saying right now verbally becomes like a visual landing page. And that's what you should have. Like you should be able to have a landing page out, and that landing page hits those buttons and a call to action. Because nobody cares about your website anyway. I'll just be the one to tell you. Ain't nobody looking at it. All them words. Ain't nobody reading all that. Nobody's reading. Nobody's reading your website. So paying all that money for websites is a waste of time. Nobody cares about your website. I have websites, but almost we probably got 3 or 4 different websites. One is a platform, it's like secure. The other websites, they're all like landing page websites. All of them every page is a landing page on the website. If you go to Ramonepreston.com right now, any button you click on is probably going to prompt you to another page. That's all it is. Nobody's going there about us, what we believe. I mean, it's cool, but it doesn't work. Nobody's paying attention to that. And a marketer will tell you that, if they're honest with you. Oh, they can't tell you that because they want to save your website.
And make their money.
Yeah. But if they were consultants and they assumed a fiduciary responsibility for your well-being as a client, they would do it. And I think we should all evolve into that, to really be honest with people and not just try to sell them. Just assume that fiduciary responsibility. That's been a blessing for us. My wife and I, we come from the space of real estate, so we've always had to assume that fiduciary responsibility because you're not a customer, you're a client, and we have to treat you as such, and we have to give you the best professional advice. We can't just give you something to make you feel good. So there are a lot of people, especially when we were just primarily real estate, it was not a no, but it's a not now. It's not that you can't own a home, but not now. We need to fix some things first. We need to put you on the program first, as opposed to just trying to get a deal, you know what I'm saying? Because we were not salespeople, we were consultants, helping people understand what you need to do. So develop your P. Your first P is position, your purpose. The third P is your products. You got to develop your products, and there's never a time that you're not working on your products. You should always continue to work. Like, one of my recommendations is your organizational enterprise should always have like this R&D division, or research and development division. Most major corporations, they have R&D divisions. They do research and development, and they have money earmarked every year just to play. So that's research and development. So that means you can't be afraid to throw something out and nobody responds. Pull it and keep it moving. Right? If it ain't working, keep moving. That's what we were talking about the other day, right? Okay, if I'm hitting for goal and I don't hit no goal, I'm not gonna stay here. Well, I know what the Lord said. Yeah, He said get the goal. He ain't say stay stuck. I'm moving to what's next. And if I hit goal and it's like, oh, it's a little goal, I'm gonna hit a little more and a little goal, and then when the goal stops showing up and it's rocks, I'm moving on. That's how you have to pivot even within your company with your products and services. So when something is working, work it. If it ain't working, pivot. You have to develop it. You got to keep developing it. And that don't mean, just a footnote, you go down on your prices, you go up in value. That makes sense? You don't go down in your price. But dog, get to me low, man, I ain't got it. First of all, you're not qualified, right? But what I'm not gonna do is continue to let that kind of market response lower my product price, because now you sell something and you mad about selling it. You give somebody something for a certain price and now you upset. I can't believe it. Now they calling you. No, you told them that price. Now you gotta work yourself extra for something that you're not even getting paid for. You go up in your value. So that means you add more inventory to the product or the program or whatever it is that you're selling. So you develop your products. Number 4, the next P, your packaging. You gotta make sure that you package your products correctly. And you should have multiple. Give us options. Give us a chance to choose, right? So like I told you, I got a training program. I'm always selling myself. I got an online training program, the Millionaire Blueprint, so you can go online and just learn and brain dump and just gorge on all this stuff I'm talking about right now at your own time. Or you can move up and get that and coaching, weekly coaching calls, quarterly workshops. You could get me in some one-on-one sessions, or you can get certification to learn how to become a business and financial consultant, or you could join the incubator program where we sit down and work with you to help build your systems and processes, or you can become a licensee. It's up to you. But what I'm saying to you is I'm gonna make sure I have packages to where you choose. If you don't want none of that, well, guess what? Just sign up for something free. You know, I'll send you enough emails to where you get tired of it. You gotta do something. So you develop your packages, and don't be afraid to network and work with other people either. But don't leave nothing on the table. So that means if you got like products and services, it's kind of like this is a product, right? I don't really, these are all of this on my online store. They're like promotional products. I just use them to make people look at it, right? And I love water and ice. But my point is, if this was my business, if this was like not a promotional business, this is a product. And if I wanted this to be my minimum viable product, then if I'm not selling enough, I would have to add more to the package. So maybe I would have to add coasters. Okay, I would add the t-shirts. Shoot, see, I'm a hustler. So I have a package saying, you buy this, I'll put the water in it for you. Shoot. And for about $8 grand, I will bring it to your house. I will drink it. Like, come on. Hey, you do what you gotta do. I'm just saying. So now what I did, I took a product and I added a service to it. You get what I'm saying?
But that's branding.
That's branding.
That's how you market it.
You gotta develop that. Develop your package and your presentation. That's the next piece for your developed presentation. So how are you presenting that? So I be giving y'all all this free game. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So you should be doing the same thing. Like I'm selling you. I'm selling you. I'm supposed to. Right. Because I don't see any difference than me what I did last night. When I got up on that stage and got that mic, oh no, I'm sold on what's finna happen. I don't know what nobody else thinks finna happen. Even though they had me running crazy for like 3 hours before, so, you know, my squad, they already know this dude like the Energizer Bunny. They tired, I ain't, round 2, let's go. You get what I'm saying? But my point is, I'm already sold. Last night I was already sold. I just gotta give you enough to get you in on what God finna do up in here. And once we got it, and we hit that pocket and we shifted, and the Holy Ghost started moving, hey. The rest is history. Now we don't have church. Get delivered, get your word, slog, roll around, shout, get it out you. But you leaving here free. And if you ain't had no stomach pains this morning, you ain't come to one of my revivals. If you ain't hoarse or something, if your body ache, that's how it is with me. Good. You know you came to Prophet Ramon's revival. But I'm selling you on that, and today I am too. You got to do the same thing. You're so anointed and gifted and powerful. Everybody you come into contact with needs to feel that. That's your presentation. That's your presentation. Like, that's your signature presentation. So your signature presentation should be whatever it is that makes you you. Like, I always feel amazing. I feel like life is amazing. I'm always doing amazing. And so my presentation, I want it to be amazing. That's what you got to develop. Integrate. This is the fourth step. So we can end this, and I'll open it up for questions, and any of you have anything you want to share. Integrate. What do you have to integrate? So let's say you got your holding company, you got your EIN, you got your Secretary of State, you got your bank account. Just fundamentally speaking, it's not a business until it's a business system. You get what I'm saying? So having a good idea on paper is not necessarily a business. So what makes your business a business, fundamentally speaking, is the systems and processes you integrate into it. So, of course, I have a lot of teaching and I do a lot of work on this, but I'll give you the four main systems and processes you have to integrate. You have to integrate, of course, based on the matrix, a marketing system and process. And so when I say marketing system, just to kind of give you some nuts and bolts about it, that means you gotta have like an email campaign platform. That means you gotta have like all roads from social media, like your YouTube, your Instagram, your TikTok, your IG, your LinkedIn. All these platforms, they should all link back to some platform that's capturing data. Capturing email addresses, capturing phone numbers. When you're putting links out, you don't need to send people to your website. Nobody cares about the website, right? You just send them to a landing page where there's something free, there's some information that you're giving them, there's an opportunity, there's a call to action, and in exchange you get an email, a name, or perhaps a phone number. And so now that's a marketing system. That helps you create a process, right? That's the first integration you have to make. The second integration is a sales system and process. So I shared with you the steps in that process, but a sales system is more properly a CRM. It's called the Customer Relations Management software or system. So they have like thousands of them. Every day they come out with something. So a CRM is basically where you're going to take those names and numbers and emails, you're going to house them in a platform so that when you and or your team is able to reach back out to them, whether it's to thank them or whatever. I mean, have any of y'all gotten any phone calls from us? You got emails? You got a phone call? What was the phone call about? Did you answer?
Confirmation for.
Okay, anybody else got any phone calls from us? What were some of the phone calls? Or maybe you got a voicemail? We thanking you, right, for joining something or confirming, or we're sending you emails. Yeah. So if we didn't have a marketing system and process connected to a sales system and process, how we know you signed up for this event? How we know what to say to you when we call you? Like all y'all, whether you buy something or not, gonna hear from us Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday and Thursday and Friday and 8 months from now on Monday. Thank you, appreciate you. Because at some point you're gonna need something, and we just want to be on the top of your mind. So you need a CRM. You need to be able to differentiate, especially all of you that are in spaces like me. So we have a CRM. We've used several of them. We always switching up, depending, because again, it's always developing. You're always tweaking. You're always growing. That's the business side of things. That's not being good at what you do. That's being good at building a business and running a real business. So we got ministry and we got business. So we need a house so that we know who are people that we're reaching out to and communicating with for ministry and for business. When we have opportunities and offers and things that are coming up, we want to be able to give our community that opportunity. You have to have that. You cannot run a business without these. You can't do it on paper. You can't do it in your head. You can't do it on your e-notes. You have to have systems and processes. Point blank period. The third system is financial. You have to have financial systems and processes. And this goes so deep, so I'll give you like the top surface level of it, like QuickBooks. Okay, which by the way, if you don't have a QuickBooks account, we're ambassadors. We can always send you a link and you can get up to 55% off for your QuickBook. Yeah, only for 3 months though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's all they give us, 3 months.
Gotcha.
But you need a financial management system like QuickBooks. Now, why do you need that system? Because you want to be able to track all your income and expenses.
Yes.
Now, there are a lot of deeper, sophisticated things that we teach on, like forecasting, because you know there are different components to your accounting. Like when you have a Prophet Randy knows this, he's a consultant. So when you have financial systems and you start integrating them properly into your business, running your business becomes more about financial accounting than many other things, because you start playing this accounting game. Because again, you got tax liabilities or potential tax liabilities, so now you have to trace. It's called historical tracing, what you did the last 6 months or 9 months or 3 months. Then you have current tracking. You got to see what's coming in and coming out right now, because now you're putting accounts receivables against free cash flow. You're having to reconcile that, and your future forecasting. And all of it has to be reconciled, and you cannot do this just with calculators and paper. You have to have that system, and QuickBooks is a good start. Which, by the way, QuickBooks is one of the reasons why we're ambassadors. QuickBooks really kind of solves some of your HR problems too. So if you have like HR problems when you gotta hire people, you can run your payroll through there. You need insurance for your business. If you need health insurance for yourself, even in ministry, you can use QuickBooks, which we do have other software providers that we can recommend you for ministry. But QuickBooks is definitely the thing for a lot of small business owners. And if you have a personal financial management system, one of the best ones I like to recommend is mint.com. And one of the reasons why I recommend Mint if you want to track your personal income and expenses is because Mint is actually powered by Intuit that owns QuickBooks. So navigating from a personal financial management app like Mint to QuickBooks is a little easy. So it's a learning curve. But again, we host workshops to really teach you how to configure a QuickBooks for you and how to integrate it into your business. But you need a QuickBooks account, and that's going to be your system. And then you can start building your financial processes. And what I mean by that, to not go real deep with it, I hate when I start going on these rants because it's just too much information for 4 hours. But your financial processes are really built around like KPIs. They're called like key performance indicators, and like metrics. So for example, let's say you want to be able to quantify everything that you're doing. So like people you reach out to and call, emails you make, appointments that you set, deals that you get, financial revenue that you generate. You want everything to lead to a financial metric to see like, is what I'm doing actually working and generating revenue? And that should be how you hire people. If you don't have that, you hire people, you're probably underworking them and overpaying them. Because they don't know what to do. Because you don't have any metrics. So their activity is not being measured and associated to revenue. So that's how you have to hire people, and that's how you build your business, because you can project that. So integrate what systems we said: marketing, sales, financials, and then operational. And operational systems, they actually have some good operational type platforms that have built-in CRMs. Because an operational system and process is really a system that's helping you manage your projects, your staff, the activities. So like we are all of our team members, all of us, we're on the same systems, right? So at any point, all of us can log into our operational system and see what everybody did. You know, my wife, she checks in with everybody like noontime. She can see everything everybody did. Not just, oh, well, we just talked to a few people. I had 3 conversations. You can see the metrics. Oh, you called 8 people. Oh, you set 2 appointments. Oh, you processed these 3 things. You get what I'm saying? You need that operationally. When you don't have that, it's just no way you can scale your business to $1 million. It's just not, it's no way. I've tried it. I've tried everything in between. It's impossible. It's impossible. It's stressful. And as a CEO, especially when you're prophetic and creative, it's just no way you get past it. So the last system, which is kind of like a bonus, is an executive system. And an executive system is really like a general operating system. So a general operating system is really like something you use as the CEO to blanket your COO or someone who assumes that role, because now you need like an organizational chart. You need to be at the top. You need to have 1 person under you, not 8 people, not 3 people. You need that 1 person under you, like a COO or an integrator type person, but they need that personality. They need to have that ability to have high accountability. In ministry, that person would be considered like an executive pastor. If you're the senior pastor, you need an executive pastor. If you're a CEO, that would be a COO or a VP. That's another name for it. But you want that 1 person. And then, of course, as a CEO, you may have a personal assistant, but you still need that integrator so that you're not trying to manage all these people. That's how you build that organizational operating system out. Say what? It takes the load off of you. So if you see what I'm saying, like I don't have all these graphs and pictures to show you, but if you can just kind of picture what I'm saying, it starts making building your business easier, because now you realize, oh, okay, I just gotta keep moving on it. So execute. Execute is about schedules. Execute is about schedules. And so I'm big on schedules. So my philosophy is like beat the sun up type schedule. You know, it's like beat the sun up. And work on the main things the first part of your day. So your schedule should include like getting rid of white spaces in your phone, and really compartmentalizing the things that you're supposed to do. So I don't have my phone, I know they're streaming with it, but if I were to open up my phone and go through my calendar, you're not gonna see a whole lot of white space. Everything is like color coded, because if I get thrown off, cause see, you can go on social media and you goofing off, you need something to check you, like, hold up, I done wasted 18 minutes. It's not hard to do that. Or you on the phone with somebody, keying, and it's like, is this the time I'm supposed to do that? Or you're checking emails. As a CEO, we're talking about business owners now. We're talking about people who want to be leaders. You got to get yourself together, and you got to have it that way. So scheduling is important, and scheduling is really about you gathering the first few wins every day. You need those few wins. So that's one of the reasons why I personally love beating the sun up. And I wasn't always a morning person. You know, you couldn't tell me I wasn't no prophet as a watchman on the wall. I ain't feel the anointing until like 4 in the morning. You know, I was just a late night person, but I realized it was affecting my business. You get what I'm saying? It was affected because I could not be consistent over long periods of time as a business owner. So I had to compromise and make some adjustments and reset my schedule, and it changed my whole life. And now I guess I'm categorically a morning person. So it's about your schedule, filling white spaces, making sure you have certain action steps. That's another phrase you can write down: action steps, making contacts, and literally implementing and executing your business strategies. So that's the execution part of it. So if you're able to put a solid business together, like a holding company and divisions or operating entity, and you're able to work on your position, your purpose, your products and services, your pricing, your packaging, and you're able to integrate those basic operational systems for sales, marketing, financials, and operations, and put a game plan together that you're incrementally continuing to move that needle, and you're measuring the metrics along the way. Because it's as simple as going back to the number. If it's a certain dollar amount we want to reach, it's a goal that we have, and we've reverse engineered all the way back to today, and it's showing up in our execution. Okay, how many people do I need to talk to today? How many emails do I need to be sending today? How many doors do I need to be knocking on today? How many meetups do I need to be having today? How many rooms with people I need to get in? How many cars I need to send out? All this stuff is going to be a part of your schedule every day, your action plans every day, your contacts every day, and you just keep doing it consistently over time. And every time you hit a milestone and you get a result, you document that. You document that. And now that documented data becomes a metric that makes your business what it is. Because if you ever want to hire people, they have to be able to have something to duplicate that you've documented. So if I'm hiring team members and they're a part of my staff, they've got to be able to know when they come in every day, what are you doing for 8 hours? Like, what exactly are you doing? And how is that making my life easier and making our organization better? So does that make sense? Do we have any questions on that so far? Was that a lot of good information, y'all?
Yeah.
Good. All right, so we're getting ready to release you for the day. For those of you that are online, hopefully you've had an opportunity to download this workbook. If you haven't, please make sure that you go back before we close that module out. And I'm gonna stick around for a few minutes, daughter. Teresa, can you put that music on for us? I'm gonna just stick around for a few minutes, so any of you that wanna get more information from us about any of our programs, I'll be more than happy to talk with you. And we've got, again, in those last couple pages, several programs that could help you if you know that you need some help. But let's talk a little bit about it. And I appreciate all of you. So we're gonna close with a word of prayer, all right? I appreciate all of y'all coming today. That was good. We got a lot of work to do, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to just urge you on a more prophetic level to do what the sons of Issachar did. You know, become very mindful of the seasons and the times that we're in, and understand that while it's darkness in Egypt, it's light in Goshen. Like, we Goshen good over here. You get what I'm saying? We Goshen good. But you have to be able and willing to and ready to lean in to what God has not given y'all these ideas for businesses and ministries for a later time in history. Like, I want you to know that He's giving it to you because He wants you to do it now. Now is the time. Now is the time for you to lean into it. And you've got to have the courage. That was my message, and that was the theme of last night. Taking courage. You got to have courage. I know you're fearful. I know you don't have all the answers. You can't connect all the dots, but you have to have the courage to lean in. The world is contracting. Everybody's going on recess because people are fearful, people are, uncertain, and we shouldn't be like that. All of you know the story of Moses and the children of Israel, right? after those plagues, after the pandemic came through, right? And then after the last pandemic, after the last plague, God gives this prophet and these people a prophetic directive. And he's like, here's what I want you to do. I want you to go into the world, to Egypt. I want you to start gathering resources and assets. You can use the word borrow, whatever, you know what I mean? Maybe that was kind of like the stimulus season, right? But what fascinated me about that was, out of all those supernatural activities that took place, the last activity and transaction was actually economic for Israel, because they took their wealth, and it was after they got their wealth that they exited Egypt. And so I truly believe we're in that pocket, we're in that window, we're in a season, we're in an era right now where God wants us to make those economic transitions so that we can go and tabernacle with Him, and so that we can build things for our families and our churches and our communities. And those of you that are here, that are the influencers, the breadwinners, the leaders, the CEOs, or the pastors or whatever, it's up to you. And there's never going to be like a perfect time for you to do it. There's never a perfect time. There's never going to be a time when it's like, okay, I ain't sick, and I got a little money, and the kid's good, and ain't nobody tripping. It's never going to happen like that. There's going to always be something going on, and you got to have the bandwidth and the ability to just say, you know what, in the midst of it, I'm going to lean into it. That makes sense? So, Father, we just come into agreement right now in the name of Jesus. We decree and declare your word over the lives of your people today, that no weapon formed against them shall prosper. We take authority over every principality and power, every ruler of the darkness of this world, every spiritual wicked demon in heavenly places that may be on an assignment to hinder, to hurt, to delay, to deny your people from moving into their prophesied place. Even those of you that are here while you're just sitting, I want you to just take a moment and just open up your spirit, and I want you to minister to the Lord, whether you're praying in the Holy Ghost or just worshiping in your own way. Oh, God, shada bandele de mokoso, bada bandele. Father, we need a fresh anointing. Your people need a fresh anointing. They need that courage. They need the kando. They need the kosher. They need the kosher. They need that anointing. They need that impartation. They need that activation. Let that anointing begin to flow. Let the oil begin to flow. Let the whales, the whales of creativity, the whales of wealth, the whales of blessings, the whales of prophecies and promises that have been spoken over your people. Let the whales open up today in the name of Jesus. We place a demand for everyone in this room right now, everyone watching right now, for you to rise up in the name of Jesus. There are no delays. There are no denies. I hear the Holy Ghost saying, I'm not just giving you activation, but I'm giving you access. I'm giving you access to step into that dimension that you have been afraid of, that dimension that you have been uncertain of, that dimension that you have been questioning because it feels uncommon. It feels abnormal. But somebody in this room and on that line needs to know the hand of God is on your life. God's got you on His mind. And just like He transferred the wealth into the hands of Prophet Moses and the people of God, He's transferring it to you. He's using your ministries. He's using your businesses. He's using your ingenuity. He's using your ideas. He's using your infrastructure. Hey, to bring you into that promised land. God, we did we go shando, shandi, man of God, I heard the Lord say, as you move into this new season of planting this church, they're literally, I feel that thing right there. Oh, thank you, Holy Ghost. There are literally people there waiting for you, like the woman of Zarephath was waiting for a prophet Elijah. They're gathering sticks. So the resources are already there. This is confirmation for you to begin to move into that vein. You being here is an assignment of God. And there are people that might not understand all the intricate details because this is a faith walk that you're taking. But every step of the way, God is going to make provision for the vision. There are people gathering sticks like that woman of Zarephath. And I hear the Lord saying, just like Prophet Elijah, you don't have to wonder where the will of God is. When you show up, the will of God is showing up. Prophet Elijah. God said, you're not going to LaGrange asking. You're going demanding. You're bringing the will of God with you. You step into that region. You call Shabbat. Ooh, I feel that. You Kadando Shandabai. I'm telling you, I just feel like when you step into that region, the heavens are going to open up. It's going to open up for you. Because y'all gonna make that when you are where God wants you to be, you have no rivals. You have no competition. You have no enemies. Not in that dimension. There is nothing or no one that will be able to intercept and interfere that which God is doing for you. Thank you, Holy Ghost.
I just want to say one thing. Thank you, man of God. Thank you, Prophet. What you have just speak in my spirit. I've been a month fasting this month. Just praying, asking God, this is your will. Should I go to that will? It's a divine connection why I'm here today. Divine connection is an answer to my prayer. It's a word straight from his throne. It goes back in Florida. And God said, you're going to Georgia. I had no plan to go to Georgia. Come on, second. Oh,
hey. God say for that move that you made, that decision you made, He's going to vindicate you this year. There are still some people that still think it was the wrong move. There's still people who are convinced that you should be doing otherwise. But go quote, God says stand still, stand in that. Don't move out of that. Your reward is in your obedience to stand when other people want you to step out of it.
I want to say one more thing, because there are a lot of people that are prophesying, and it's not of God. So every time you say something, I have to confirm it, because it's correct. Wow. When I'm about to move from Florida, her brother was a pastor. He said, no, that's not the will of God. That's not the will of God. And even now, I still believe that's not the will of God.
You know what Chronicles if you believe the words of his prophets, you will prosper. That's That's he that because so you are in the will of God. The hand of the Lord is on your life.
Yes.
I also heard the Lord say there are people that underestimate you because you step back a lot. You withhold things. You have a lot in your heart and in your mind that you want to do, but there have been some apprehensions. But God is going to, He's going to put that lamb to sleep. He's going to wake up that lion.
Come on.
You are stronger and more savvy than you appear. You're kind of like the brains behind Thursday. And some no coaching. And some people misdiagnose your silence for passivity. They misdiagnose your silence for your passivity, but it's the wisdom of God that has been deposited inside. But I literally see God using you to engineer something that is so massively successful. It's not going to just be for Georgia, but it's some things that God is going to allow you to engineer that are going to go to other parts of the world. You're going to help create infrastructures for other communities, for other groups of people. We prophesy to that lion inside of you. Because of those I heard that one. Thank you, Holy Ghost. Because see, there's some steps that you're gonna take after you leave here that are gonna be bold. They're gonna be bold, and they're not gonna make sense. But you're gonna feel it, and you're not gonna have any other choice but to move on it. And God is going to confirm it as you move on. He's taken, oh my God.
Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
8 years ago, I came here for a concert and nothing worked out. And the Lord spoke to me and said, "You move to Georgia." Went back to Florida, told my wife, we pack up and move to Georgia with a 4-month-old baby. And the rest is history.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Wow.
And now you're here getting the word. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment and just lift our hands and minister to the Lord. I'm telling you, there's a deposit being made. You better receive that thing. I hear the Lord saying from last night, I'm doubling it up right now. There's a double dose. Oh my God. Honey, come over here to this woman of God. Come on, let's continue to worship. He's at the big yeah. I wanted her to go over there because I hear the Lord saying, I'm doubling it for you. It's like a double deal. You know how you take like some ice cream and you put it in chocolate and then you let it set and then you put it back to make sure that it's thick enough. God did cool. God says one of the things that I wanted to do for you in these 2 days was to create a layer of an impenetrable ability. Ooh, sheesh. Because of what you're going to have to plow through within the next several months. Because you're sweet, you're kind, you're loving, but there's a warrior inside of you. But God says, I'm adding that extra layer. I'm adding that extra layer because you have to be impenetrable. Because you that's why, thank you, Holy Ghost. That's why some of the things that you are endeavoring to do, there's no point of reference for. because God is giving you the prophetic ingenuity to figure it out as you go. Shoot. I heard the Lord say, I'm taking, you know how you from my side of town, so you know about fishing poles. But when you throw a pole out, it's got a little knob on it. And I heard the Lord say, today, I'm taking the drag. I'm taking the drag out of your life. I'm taking the drag out of it. Because what happens is, every time you catch something and the drag is too loose, when you pull, you never bring it in. You never make the catch. I hear God saying you've seen the manifestation incrementally. But there's a bigger catch. There's a bigger catch you're about to make. There's a thank you, Holy Ghost. And there's more people that look to you and admire you as an influencer that you're going to draw to come out of where they are, and they're going to move up here. They got to get out of some situations. And I feel that thing. But there's something you getting ready. I'm telling you, I see that fishing pole. There's something you get ready to pull in. And this thing is going to be a big catch for you. Yeah, it's over. Like all this time you've been here has been preparation for right now. That's why you hadn't come prior to now. Hey, thank you, Holy Ghost. Father, we just thank you for every man and woman in this building.
Yes, Jesus.
Every family.
Yes.
Every thank you, Holy Ghost. We thank you for, that's a double. That's a double. That's a double. Some of you like that woman of God right there. Y'all leaving here plowing. You're leaving here plowing. So the burden, I hear this, the burden is an indication of the assignment. Oh, the burden should not be associated to demonic activity. Yeah, because see, you don't give yourself credit to being that type of prophetic leader, but you are. You're that. It's in you. It's on you. It's inevitable. But prophets in the Old Testament, they called their assignments burdens. The burden of the Lord. It wasn't associated to demonic activity. It was associated to an assignment, because it wasn't until the assignment was fully executed that the burden lifted. That is what God uses for prophets and strong prophetic people, to let them know there's an assignment. So they kasha dan they say that they go so they kishika. Ooh, good God Almighty. So a lot of times you have to explain to people now what you sense in 3 years down the road.
Wow.
That's Ikasha Dada Bosoto. She's not the only one. Some of you are those types of prophetic pioneers. And they kando koshanda basoto. And you koshe bahaya. You gotta leave this place knowing that you are the will of God. You are the will of God. Elijah did not ask if he could take a moment to go and find out from someone else if God's will was what it was. He knew what the will of God was, and he said, go and bake me a cake. Because I know what God is doing. And that's the boldness and the courage and confidence you all are walking out of here with. You're walking out here with that boldness, that confidence. I know when I show up, I'm showing up with the will of God. I know this is the Lord's doing, and it's marvelous in our eyes. I want y'all to come around here to this young lady. She's just come up here from Clark, Atlanta. She's getting ready to start somebody, a minister. And we just want to come into agreement that this will be a smooth transition for you. And even for you, Father, it will not be any delays. It will not be shadando soto or desiko shadaba. It will no soto. It will not be any distractions. There will be there will be no disruptions, no but there will be an acceleration even in your life, man of God, for resources to begin to flow. And today, even on this young lady's life, there's going to be grace. There's going to be an anointing that will give her such a smooth transition and an acceleration. God is accelerating you. Like I see you accelerating through this college season.
Yes.
Things are just going to begin to move so quick. I'm telling you, when I hear the Holy Ghost, you're not gonna need what conventional college students need. You're not going to go through the same process. There's going to be a supernatural favor on you. Oh! You're going to stand out in a good way. There are going to be so many people available to help you. They're not even going to know why they're doing what they're doing, but it's just something about you. Something about you. It's something on you. Oh! We thank you now in the name of Jesus for it to be done and so. Amen and amen. I love y'all. We better get out of here before we start reading the Bible. So, I'm going to sit here for a few minutes. You can play a little music in the background. I love every one of you. If you have any questions you want to ask me or anything you need to know about any of our programs, let me take this off and we can talk with you a little bit about it. Just give us a few minutes. Yeah, I'll be right back.
You know, you can get to us, we can take it in Friday.
Yes. Well, you can let anybody know online if they have any questions.
And this is what? Yeah, she just went in.
See, that's I gotta get that. I gotta get that all my spirit. I need to get it so I'm saying. That I can make it. He can't take that back. He can't take that back. So they're gonna be whatever I know is there too. I just gotta don't get in the way. I'm not even here.
Richie's on. Oh, I see.
Now we're gonna talk about the word, because it just came. So we talk about it. And I'm like, every time I'm like, so what do you do? Like, why don't we like go ahead and what about that thing? You know what I mean? Out of the place. Yeah, I do.
Jesus.
So y'all can follow up with them.
Come and get it all.
So I was born in Alabama, but I grew up in Florida in Jacksonville. But we just moved to Montgomery earlier this year, and so I'll be headed back to Montgomery. She wanted to be here. Come and get the info and get the impartation.
Shelter or some type of feeding program that will cause her to be an entryway to certain places. Dare I say, I don't know if we're right in that area, but I see some of the conditions happening with we do not punish something. We do not second guess yourself, do not be doubtful. It is so you're also going to be assisting to generate movement and study angels and study into these other areas and that's by way of intercession. So that's what today makes it particularly
She went to the car. You take the rest of the stuff. Take stuff to the car.
Huh? Yeah, she can.
Yeah, she went up there to bed.